If you clicked on this English lesson, you are probably doing two things. You are wanting to improve your English because you are studying for the IELTS or the TOEFL, or maybe you just want to improve your English. The other reason is you care about American politics or American news. And for the last couple weeks, I have been doing English lessons about the political news in the United States, and another big bombshell just dropped. Now, I used an idiom there. A bombshell dropping, it means something big happened in the news, and that something big is President Biden is choosing to drop out of the race. So maybe we should talk about that first. What does drop out mean? Well, in the picture, you can see two different drops. One is a green drop of paint, and one is a water drop. So that's the noun. But when we put drop into an English phrasal verb, it changes quite a bit. And drop out, you can see right down there, means to stop participating in something before it is finished. Let's say somebody is running a long race. Maybe they get tired. They decide to stop running in that race. We can say that they dropped out. There are also political races. So, up until a couple hours ago, President Biden was running for president, but he chose to stop that. And we say that he has dropped out of the race. Let's look at a sentence using drop out. Joe Biden decided to drop out of the race today. Drop out is the first English phrasal verb I want to teach you in this lesson, but not the last. The next word is announcement. What is an announcement? Well, it's a noun. Announce is the verb. Let's look at the definition. An announcement, it's a public or formal statement about something. When you see public, think people. Formal, well, maybe they got up in front of everybody and said something. Maybe they had an audience. That didn't happen with President Biden today. He wrote a tweet on X, I believe. That's how he announced he is no longer running for president. Here's a sentence using announcement. Joe Biden made an announcement about dropping out. So, our first two terms in one sentence, I hope that helps you. Okay, those are the first two terms. We still have 18 to go, but this is just a reminder. If you are enjoying this English lesson, please hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button so you never miss another English lesson. Hey, it's me. Let me interrupt for just a second. I forgot to say, in the description is a list of all the terms I'm teaching with those definitions and the sentences. Back to the lesson. The next term I would like to teach you is supporter. Now, take a look at that picture. You have a soccer player there, and then what looks like a lot of people who like that soccer player because they are cheering. So, soccer teams can have supporters, but presidents, politicians can also have supporters. So, let's look at the definition. A supporter is a person who agrees with and helps a particular person or group. So, Joe Biden has a lot of supporters. He has a lot of people who like him. And now, let's look at the sentence. Joe Biden has many supporters. He hopes his supporters will support Harris. So if you missed it earlier, President Joe Biden says, I'm no longer running for president. Instead of me, you should vote for my vice president. and her name is Kamala Harris. Platform is the next one. Now, you might see a platform in a train station. It's a place where you wait for your train, but this is different. A platform is a political party's or candidate's statement about how they feel. So, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are both Democrats. The Democrats have a platform. They all feel the same way about certain things, more or less. I did make an English lesson about how most Republicans think and how most Democrats think. If you want, I will leave a link for that in the description. Here is a sentence using platform when it comes to politics. Joe Biden's platform included healthcare change. So that's one of the things Democrats believe in. They want everyone to have healthcare. That's part of their platform. Harris will run on a similar platform. Both President Biden and Vice President Harris feel the same way about a lot of things. Abortion, gun control. Those are some of the big issues when it comes to platforms and politics. Withdraw is the next one. If you look at that picture, there's a man who is withdrawing money from an ATM machine. That means he is taking out money, to use another phrasal verb. But when you withdraw yourself from a race, let's look at the definition: to take back or to remove. So Joe Biden decided to withdraw from the presidential race. He said, I am not participating anymore. I am no longer running for president. What about nominee? There you can see a picture of Vice President Harris. What is a nominee? It's a person who is formally entered as a candidate. Biden was the nominee for the Democratic Party. Now, we are unsure who the Democratic nominee is. Now, Joe Biden would like it to be Kamala Harris, but that's not exactly how it works. We will talk about the verb endorse in just a minute. Press conference is the next term I would like to teach you. It's a meeting organized to officially give out information to the media or news reporters. Presidents will often hold press conferences to explain how they are feeling about something, to explain something important they just did. Here's a sentence: Biden held a press conference to explain his reasons for dropping out of the race. Now, I am recording this just a couple hours after Joe Biden made his decision, and he did not have a press conference. He tweeted something on X. Maybe later in the week, he will hold a press conference to officially say he is dropping out of the race. Endorse. So President Biden did drop out of the race, and he endorsed his vice president, Kamala Harris. What does endorse mean? To publicly and officially say that you support someone or something. Here's a sentence: Joe Biden dropped out of the race and he endorsed Kamala Harris as his new nominee. But just to be clear, she is not the Democratic nominee. In a couple weeks, the Democrats will have what they call their convention. They will hold something called the DNC in Chicago. All of the important Democrats will get together and then they will nominate someone to run for president for the Democrats. All year, it has been President Biden. Now he has dropped out. At that convention, they will pick a nominee. Could it be Kamala Harris? Yeah, it could be. Could it be somebody else? Yes, that could also happen too. Fundraising. This is very important when it comes to running for president. This involves money. fundraising. It's collecting money for a particular purpose. So, Republicans and Democrats both need to do fundraising. They need to come up with money so they can run their campaign. Here is a sentence using fundraising. Campaigns need to do fundraising to support their activities. It costs a lot of money to fly in a plane to have a rally. It costs a lot of money to take out ads on television. Resign. What does that mean? It means to give up a job or a position in a formal way. So if you have a job, you could resign from it. And the formal way you would do that in the United States is you would give your 2-week notice. That means you tell your boss, hey, I'm no longer going to be working here. And that is going to start in 2 weeks. You are officially resigning. Here's a sentence using Joe Biden as an example. Biden did not resign. He simply dropped out of the race. So as I'm filming this now, President Biden is still our president. If he resigns, the vice president, Kamala Harris, will become the new president. It doesn't seem like that is going to happen. But with all of the news that has been happening in the past couple weeks, who knows what's going to happen? Here is an idiom: to throw in the towel. In that picture, you can see a stack of bath towels. You might use a towel to dry off after you get out of the shower. But this idiom is different. To throw in the towel means to give up or admit defeat. Admit you can't do something. You quit. Here's a sentence. Joe Biden decided to throw in the towel and drop out of the race. The next idiom I would like to teach you is to hit the campaign trail. In the picture, you can see some backpackers walking on a trail. Think of a road where cars go. It's paved. It's very smooth. A trail can often be found in the woods, and that is like a path you can walk on. The campaign trail is a little different. That means you start campaigning for office. Vice President Harris will need to hit the campaign trail as soon as possible. She needs to visit a lot of places in the United States to tell people, hey, vote for me. That's what it means when a candidate hits the campaign trail. Out of the running. You will hear this quite a bit when you watch the news in English. President Biden is now out of the running. What does it mean? No longer in a competition or participating. He's no longer doing the things that would make him president at the end of the year. Joe Biden has taken himself out of the running. The next idiom I would like to teach you is to take a back seat. Now, in a normal, typical car, you have a front seat where the driver sits, and then you have the back seat. That's where passengers will sit. The lady in the picture is taking a picture with her phone, but she's sitting in the back seat. But the idiom means to allow someone else to have control or responsibility. Here's a sentence. Joe Biden decided to take a back seat and support another candidate. So he's only taking a back seat when it comes to campaigning. So far, he is still the president. Get the ball rolling. That means to start something. President Biden's announcement got the ball rolling for Vice President Harris to enter the race because he took a back seat. He's no longer the leader running for president. He has endorsed Kamala Harris, so now she needs to get the ball rolling. She needs to start really campaigning for president. Give up. You might know this English phrasal verb already, but let's look at the definition. It means to stop trying, to quit. He did not give up easily, but eventually he dropped out of the presidential race. President Biden gave up running for president. Okay, here's another English phrasal verb, to take over. What does it mean? To now be the boss or the leader. Another candidate will take over his place in the race. Step down. Don't you love English phrasal verbs? Hopefully, this lesson is helping you. But to step down means to resign or leave a position. Joe Biden did not step down as president. He's still our president. He chose to drop out of the race. Carry on. Take a look at that picture. I'll make it a little bigger for you. This is clearly on an airplane, and you can see what looks like a flight attendant or a passenger putting on a big piece of luggage. She's actually putting it in, we would call that the overhead bin. So the carry-on is the piece of luggage you bring on a plane. But that's not how we would use it in the news, at least not now. The big news is President Biden dropping out of the race. So to carry on means to continue. He's not carrying on, but Trump and Harris will carry on with their campaigns. They are going to continue to do the work that they hope will help them become president. Move on. In the picture, you can see somebody moving. That means to go from one house to another house, maybe one apartment to the other. But move on is a phrasal verb we use meaning to leave something behind and go on with something else. Joe Biden decided to move on to other things when a new president takes over in January. I hope you now feel a little more confident in your English when you listen or read the news. If you are looking for more English lessons like this one, there is a playlist with a bunch of news stories that involve politics. Thanks so much for watching. See you next time. If you clicked on this lesson, that means two things. One, you want to improve your English, and two, you are wondering about American politics. So in this English lesson, we are going to do both. If you are studying for the IELTS or TOEFL exams, this will definitely help. Over the past couple weeks, I have made English lessons about President Trump or former President Trump, President Biden, and now that Kamala Harris is entering the presidential race, we should do an English lesson about her. In this English lesson, you will learn some difficult vocabulary words, also some English idioms, and we will talk about those pesky English phrasal verbs. So let's get right into it with talking about a couple things that relate to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris was born on October 20th, 1964, in Oakland, California, USA, making her almost 60 years old, which, when you think about it, is pretty young compared to President Trump, who is 78 years old, and President Biden, who is 81 years old. She is married, and the man in that picture, let's talk about him really quickly. Her husband, Douglas Amoff, is an American lawyer who is the second gentleman of the United States. Let's talk about that term. Second gentleman, because Kamala Harris is the current vice president. If she gets elected, his title will change to first gentleman. Right now, Joe Biden's wife, Jill Biden, or Dr. Jill Biden, her title is first lady. Aw, look at cute little Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris was a U.S. Senator for California from 2017 to 2021. She was the second Black woman ever to be a senator. And just in case you don't know where the state of California is located, it's right there in red. It's on the West Coast. She is from Oakland, but right across the river is a city called San Francisco, a city maybe you have heard of. The first term I would like to teach you in this lesson is nominee. And for each term, I will have a simple definition and an example sentence. I always forget to say this, but in the description is a list of all of the terms we talked about in this English lesson. Let's look at nominee. It's a person chosen to run for a political office. Here is the sentence. Kamala Harris is not the Democratic nominee for president in 2024. She might be soon, but as of the time of this recording, she still needs a few more votes. But that could happen at the Democratic National Convention. Let's talk about this for a second. You might also hear it called the DNC for short. That is an acronym for Democratic National Convention. Quite a mouthful. Well, what is it? It's a large meeting held by the Democratic Party every 4 years to choose their presidential nominee. Our other major political party, the Republicans, held their convention last week in the city of Milwaukee. In a few weeks, the Democrats will do the same thing in the city of Chicago. All of the powerful Democrats will get together and choose a nominee to run for president. I don't see how it isn't Kamala Harris. It looks like Kamala Harris will be facing Donald Trump in the general election for president. Here is a sentence for you. Kamala Harris could be officially chosen as the Democratic nominee at the DNC next month in Chicago. I've been watching the news quite a bit and I hear this term a lot. Sweepstakes. What does that mean? Sweepstakes is when people guess who will be chosen as the next vice president during an election. So when Kamala Harris becomes the nominee, she is going to need a running mate. We will talk about running mate in just a second. When President Biden was running for president, his running mate was Kamala Harris. Now that he has dropped out, Kamala Harris needs to pick a vice president. I'm going to say a big term here, vice presidential nominee. Not easy to say. She is probably going to choose either a senator or a governor. Now, a governor is the leader of a U.S. state. Here's a sentence using sweepstakes. Everyone was excited about the sweepstakes, wondering who would be the new vice president. And remember, it's technically vice presidential nominee because they haven't been elected yet. Inauguration. Depending on who gets elected president, either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, there will be an inauguration. What is it? It's an official ceremony to start a new president's term. If Kamala Harris wins, her inauguration will be in January. That is the crazy thing about presidential elections. We elect our presidents in November, and it's not until the following January when presidents actually take power. And in the picture, this is Kamala Harris when she was being sworn in for vice president. When someone is sworn in, they raise their right hand. They probably put their left hand on a Bible or another holy book, and then they have to promise to be true to the United States. Okay, we are going to get into more idioms a little later in the lesson, but I wanted to talk about this idiom right now, lame duck. When President Biden said he is no longer going to run for president, he became a lame duck president. What does that mean? It's a leader who is still in power, but will soon leave because they are not running again or have lost an election. In 2020, Donald Trump was a lame duck president from November to January because Joe Biden said he is not running. He will not be elected president this year. So for the rest of his term, he is a lame duck president. Here's a sentence using lame duck. After Biden chose to drop out, he became a lame duck and had less power to make changes. It doesn't always happen, but often when a president is leaving office, they aren't as powerful. They can't get as much legislation done. Legislation, it's a fancy way to say have laws made, to get laws passed. Okay, I've mentioned running mate before. Hopefully, this is an easy one. What's a running mate? A candidate for vice president chosen by the presidential candidate. Kamala Harris chose a popular senator as her running mate. That sentence isn't true. At least while I am recording this, she has not picked a running mate yet. Now would be a really good time to remind you to like this English lesson if it's helping you learn English. And also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please subscribe so you never miss another English lesson. Oh boy. English idioms. These things don't make any sense. The only way you will know what they mean is if you study them. So let's study them together. In the running. Now, in the picture, you can see a person running. You probably know that verb, but when it comes to idioms, run probably doesn't mean anything like the run you already know. So let's take a look. In the running means having a chance to win. And we will use that verb for political office, like he is running for president. So if somebody is in the running, that means they have a chance to win. Kamala Harris is definitely in the running for the presidency. Okay, how about this one? To throw your hat in the ring. If you look at that picture, it's literally a hat inside a boxing ring. But of course, it's an idiom. It doesn't literally mean that. It means to announce one's intention to run for office. So this past weekend, Kamala Harris threw her hat into the ring and said, "Hey, I'm running for president." Here's a sentence. Kamala Harris decided to throw her hat into the ring for president. Dark horse. You will hear this a lot when it comes to politics. And what is a dark horse, or what is a dark horse candidate? A candidate who is not well known but could win. Here's a sentence. Kamala Harris was not a dark horse. She was always a strong candidate. A lot of people knew her. Dark horses are not really well known. If I had to pick a dark horse for the 2024 presidential election, I would say this guy. His name is Robert Kennedy Jr. He's not a Democrat. He's not a Republican. He's an independent. Love this one. Hit the ground running. Hit the ground running. That means to start working hard immediately. After becoming the nominee, Kamala Harris hit the ground running with her campaign. And I have talked about campaign earlier in another English lesson. I will leave a link to that English lesson in the description below. Here is another idiom that we use with politics, and some of these we use in everyday life too. So, out of the blue. What does that mean? It means something that happened unexpectedly, something you didn't know was going to happen. It was a surprise. Kamala Harris's announcement to run for president did not come out of the blue. You know what kind of came out of the blue is when President Biden said, "I'm not going to run for president anymore." He is actually going to address the nation tonight and explain why he doesn't want to run for president anymore. We've had one other president who was their party's nominee drop out of the race, and that president was named Lyndon Johnson. It happened in 1968.
I shall not seek, and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your president.
Okay. Here are a couple pesky English verbs. I call them pesky because they are so hard. Carry out. You might know what the verb carry means. It means to like lug things hold things in your hands and move them from one place to another. But carry out, it's like so different. It means to do or complete a task. Her team worked hard to carry out all campaign activities smoothly. And one of those campaign activities might be going door to door, knocking on the door and saying, "Hey, would you mind voting for Kamala Harris? She is a really good candidate." What about count on? You might know the verb count, like one, two, three, but the English phrasal verb count on doesn't really have anything to do with counting numbers. It means to rely on someone or something, like you can trust them to get the job done. Kamala Harris can count on her supporters to vote for her. Hey, and you can count on me to deliver the best English lessons I can. Hey, if you have made it this far in the English lesson, you really want to learn English. Congratulations. Pull off. Another English phrasal verb. That means to succeed in doing something difficult. It was hard, you worked hard, and you did it. So maybe already you have been able to pull off having an English conversation with a native English speaker. That's really hard to do. If you've done that already, congratulations. Here is a sentence with Kamala Harris and pull off. It was difficult, but Kamala Harris pulled off a great debate performance. And this hasn't happened yet, but there will be a time when Kamala Harris debates Donald Trump. That should be very interesting to watch. This next one, get. That verb might be the hardest verb in the English language, but the phrasal verb get across means to communicate an idea clearly. Hopefully, I am getting across these difficult terms to you. Hopefully, you are understanding them. Here's a sentence using get across. And of course, get is an irregular verb. In the past tense, it becomes got. Kamala Harris got her message across effectively at the Democratic National Convention. That is a mouthful. That is not easy to say. It's a very advanced English sentence. Let me say it one more time. Kamala Harris got her message across effectively at the Democratic National Convention. That's it. Thank you for staying until the end. You might want to learn some more English. So, right down there is a whole playlist about English and politics. Thanks so much for watching. See you next time. If you clicked on this English lesson, that means you want to improve your English and you also like American politics. In today's English lesson, we are going to watch a press conference and talk about the English idioms we hear, the English phrasal verbs, and any difficult vocabulary. This English lesson will help you if you want to have better conversations or if you are preparing for the IELTS or TOEFL exams. I have watched this press conference and I took notes on what will be helpful to you if you are learning English. The first thing we should probably talk about is what is a press conference or what is a press briefing. And for each term or idiom or phrasal verb, I will have a picture that will help you. I will have a simple definition and I will use it in a sentence. Let's work on your English listening and reading skills right now. What is a press conference or a press briefing? It's a meeting where politicians speak to news reporters. They are sometimes called the press and answer their questions. The mayor held a press conference to discuss the city's laws. Now, this press conference is for President Biden. President Biden is a very busy man, or I think he is a very busy man. So he has somebody called a press secretary. What is a press secretary? Right down below. It's an official who speaks to reporters for politicians because they are busy. The press secretary gave a statement to explain the new policy. Let's watch a little bit of this press conference and then I will be back to explain all of the difficult things.
I'm doing okay, thank you.
I haven't seen you in a while.
Well, you guys haven't had a press briefing since President Biden dropped out of the race. So
The president hasn't been here. He just got here yesterday. And now I'm here taking your questions.
thank you.
And I've taken about 3 or 4 at this point from you.
One is more of a Republican and one is more of a Democrat. So let's talk about that first. The woman who was speaking, her name is Karine Jean-Pierre. Sounds like a very French name, right? Well, that's because she was born in France. She speaks French, but I don't know about you. I can't hear any accent. She sounds American to me. But she is President Biden's press secretary. She answers questions from reporters on behalf of President Biden. Now, the guy sitting down, his name is Peter Ducey, and he is a reporter for Fox News. So let's talk about Fox News and CNN. Fox News, probably Trump supporters watch Fox News more often. In other words, Republicans, this is more of a Republican news station. They say good things about President Trump and they say bad things about President Biden. If you have ever heard of CNN, they are like the opposite. They are more for Democrats. They say nice things about President Biden and not so nice things about President Trump.
Well, it would seem that people in this White House knew that President Biden was slipping, and it was hidden from the American people. So who ordered White House officials to cover up a declining president?
I know that that is a narrative that you love.
A lot of things we should talk about. They mentioned a phrasal verb dropping out. I've mentioned this in previous English lessons, but let's review it here just in case you haven't seen those English lessons. Dropping out. It means to quit something before finishing, like school course. Hopefully, you have never signed up for an English class and found that it was too hard. If it was too hard and you didn't finish it, you dropped out. Or maybe you were running a race and it got very hard. You stopped running. You did not finish. Here is a sentence using the English phrasal verb, dropping out. She thought about dropping out of college because it was getting too hard. The reporter also mentioned slipping, but I want to talk about the verb slip first, and then we'll talk about an English phrasal verb, slip up. So the verb slip means to accidentally lose your balance or footing and fall. And you can see in the picture that person is definitely slipping. They are falling down to the floor and it will probably hurt. Be careful not to slip on the wet floor. A lot of times when you slip, you don't fall all the way to the floor. You just almost fall. But when the reporter said that President Biden was slipping, it doesn't really have anything to do with falling. Let's take a look at what it means. It means not doing as well as before or feeling less healthy. Here's a sentence. Some people worried that President Biden was slipping and not keeping up with the tough job. Now, they didn't mention this in the press briefing, but let's talk about the English phrasal verb slip up because Americans use it all the time. Slip up means to make a mistake. I slipped up and forgot to do my homework. I hope that has never happened to you. Another English phrasal verb here that they used in the press conference. Americans use this all the time. A cover up. A cover up. Actually, The way I used it there, the way they used it, it's not an English phrasal verb. It's a noun, a cover up. And that means when someone tries to hide the truth about something illegal or embarrassing. There was a cover up to keep the news from the public. Some Americans think that people around President Biden were trying to cover up how bad his memory was, how bad his health was. This is an English lesson, so I am not going to give my opinion. Feel free to leave your opinion in the comments. And also, if you are finding this English lesson helpful, please click the like button and subscribe so you never miss another English lesson. The reporter also mentioned the president might be declining. So there are a couple different ways we use declining in English, but this is the way he meant it. Declining president. This is a president who is losing support or power or even health. The person in the picture looks happy, but she is a little older and her health might be declining. It might not be as good as it was when she was younger. Let's face it, that is going to probably happen to all of us. Our health will decline. Our memory, remembering things, it will probably decline as we get older. Here is a sentence using declining president. The declining president struggled to gain public approval. Public approval. That means people like him or her. Maybe we will have a female president in the United States in 2025. The press secretary says that's the narrative. What does that mean? In the picture, you can see there is a book. So the narrative is a story or an explanation people tell about an event or a situation. When she says the narrative, she's talking about how Republicans are saying there was a cover up surrounding President Biden's health. Let's use the narrative in a sentence. The narrative about the event changed after new facts were discovered. Let's watch a little more of the press conference and then I will be back to explain it.
To your first question, it is not a cover-up. I know that is the narrative that you all want. It is not. I'm going to say this again, and you're going to hear directly from the president. I hope you listen tonight. I think it's going to be incredibly powerful and important. The Oval Office, presidents, as you know, when they make speeches from the Oval Office, it's because there are important moments that they want to directly make sure that the American people hear from them. And it's obviously going to be done in prime time.
In that last little bit, Miss Jean-Pierre said Oval Office. But before we talk about Oval Office, let's talk about the shape, oval. In the picture, you can see that is an oval. It's like almost a circle. Take a look below. A shape that's almost a circle, like a squished circle. Spoon. Have you ever seen a spoon in English? I'm sure you have. Most spoons have an oval shape. The spoon was oval shaped. Now, she mentioned Oval Office. So let's talk about what the Oval Office is. It's the official office of the President of the United States in the White House. And last night, President Biden gave a speech from the Oval Office officially announcing he was no longer running for president. And it was done in prime time, she said. What does that mean? That means shown on TV during the evening when most people watch, like 7 p.m., 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. That's like prime time television. Here's a sentence using prime time. The show is done in prime time because it's very popular. All right, let's go back to more of their fighting, and then I will come back and explain what they meant.
I would listen to the president. And then what I will say is that it is not easy making a decision that the president made on Sunday. It is just not. It is not. And as you all reported, it is historic. It is unusual. This is not the norm. And making a decision like that for someone who has been in public service for 54 years, U.S. Senator for 36, President to Vice President to President Obama for 8, and now a first term as President himself. These are not easy decisions to make. They're just not. And so the fact that he was able to make that decision in a selfless way, that's admirable.
One of the decisions he made, President Biden wants Vice President Harris to be the standard bearer of the party now.
This is not the norm. What does that mean? This is not normal, usual, or typical. Here is a sentence using not the norm. Seeing snow in July is not the norm here. Yeah, where I live, July is like the hottest month of the year. I don't think I have ever seen snow in July. It's not normal. Public service was mentioned. Public. That always means people. Public. It's a job or work done to help people or government. Here is a sentence using public service. The fire department provides a public service by keeping us safe. Maybe you have heard the word selfish. That means somebody only cares about themselves. But selfless is the opposite. It means caring more about other people's needs and wishes than your own. The nurse was very selfless, always putting her patients first. If that nurse was selfless, let's say she's tired. She doesn't think about her own needs. She worries more about her patients. Do you have words in your own language that are hard for you to say? This is one word that's kind of hard for me to say, so I often don't use it, but I practiced on saying it before I recorded this. Admirable. Admirable. Admirable means deserving respect and approval. Her dedication to helping others is truly admirable. 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 See, I knew I was going to mess it up. Admirable. Standard bearer. What does that mean? A person or thing that represents a cause, group, or idea. It's like the perfect example of something. Here's a sentence. She is the standard bearer for the new school policy. They mentioned political party. I've talked quite a bit about this. We have two major political parties in the United States, Republican and Democrat. I mentioned that just in this lesson, but she's going to mention simply party. Just know that that means political party. Let's watch some more and then I'll be back.
And so the fact that he was able to make that decision in a selfless way, that's admirable.
One of the decisions he made, President Biden wants Vice President Harris to be the standard bearer of the party now. Does she still want to get rid of ICE?
You have seen what this administration has been able to do in the past 3.5 years, and they did that with the vice president as a partner in that. And Republicans got in the way. The president went around Republicans and was able to get thousands of personnel at the border, and now we are seeing a 50% drop at the border.
Ms. Jean-Pierre mentioned ICE. It's not the type of ice you are thinking of. You can see in the picture there is a block of ice, but no, we are talking about ICE agents. What are ICE agents? It stands for something really long. We never say this, but I will say it just so you know what it is. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. It's an acronym. The I, immigration, C, customs, E, enforcement. They are police that work to keep illegal immigrants out of the United States. She also mentions a 50% drop at the border. The border she is talking about is the border between the United States and Mexico. And I think what she is saying, even though she never fully says it, she just says like a 50% drop, meaning like half as many people are crossing that border illegally. Whew, this was not easy. I hope your English is a lot better after you've watched this lesson. Maybe you want to watch it twice or 3 times. If you're looking for more English, there is a whole bunch of lessons right down there about politics in the United States. Thanks so much for watching. See you next time. Hello, and welcome to this English lesson where we are going to talk about the recent news story that happened in the United States. There was an attempted assassination on former President Trump. Now, I just used a couple pretty difficult words in English. If you don't know them, you will by the end of this lesson. There are going to be some difficult terms we are going to talk about. So I suggest you watch this English lesson a couple times. And in the description is a list of all of the terms we are going to talk about. There are also definitions and example sentences. So just a few hours ago, former President Trump was giving a speech in which there was an assassination attempt. So, why don't we start with that term, assassination? It's a big one, right? Assassination. And in the picture, I have one of our former presidents, that is Abraham Lincoln. He was president back in the 1860s, but he was actually assassinated, which of course is super sad. So, the definition of assassination is killing an important person for political reasons. And this often happens with presidents, but it doesn't have to be a president. It could be another politician, somebody who is in the political world. And here is a sentence: the assassination of the president shocked everyone. Now, I am 48 years old. I was not alive when one of our presidents, President Kennedy, was assassinated. He was assassinated in 1963. But I was alive. I was a very small boy when one of our presidents was almost assassinated, and that was President Reagan back in 1981. So, with what happened with President Trump and President Reagan, we would call an attempted assassination. So, they tried to kill the president, but they were unsuccessful. It didn't happen, luckily. The next one, suspect. Suspect. This is a person who might be guilty of a crime, who might have committed a crime, who might have done something illegal. And here is the sentence: the police arrested a suspect after the shooting. Now, if you have been watching the news, this is going to be a big news story in the United States for the next few weeks. And you will hear terms like this: assassination, attempt, suspect. Well, we don't have to worry about the suspect fleeing. In this case, we'll talk about fleeing in a minute, meaning run away, because he was killed at the crime scene. So, no worries there about him trying to do this again. This happened during a campaign. If you've been watching the news at all this year about the United States, you have probably heard this word, campaign. Let's take a look at the definition. It's a series of actions to achieve a goal, often in politics. Not always. Sometimes campaign is also used in war. But in 2024, We have a presidential election. Presidential is the adjective for president. And right now, both candidates, those are people who are hoping to get the job of president, both candidates are campaigning. That means they are doing things to try to get the job. And last night, former President Trump held a rally. We will talk about that. He was giving a speech. This was part of his campaign to become president. So here's the sentence: the candidate continued his campaign despite the threats. So this happens quite a bit where people try to harm a candidate. Maybe we should talk about Mexico right now. And I do want to check the chat. This is live right now. So, hey, Tanya's here. Hafayez is here. Okay, I did not know that. A similar thing happened 2 years ago in Japan. Oh, I did know that. Former prime minister was assassinated. Yeah, so let's really quickly talk about Mexico. So they recently elected a president, our neighbors to the south, Mexico, and there were over 30 assassinations for candidates trying to be president. I was shocked when I heard that. So, as horrible as it is that somebody tried to kill one of our presidential candidates, we don't have 36, I think it was, or 37. Horrible. And I don't want to turn this into a political debate. I will not say if I support President Biden or former President Trump. Two things I don't talk about in English lessons: politics and religion. Tanya, Manuel, Danny, Chris, good to see you here. Adem, Etienne, how are you? Roshan, good to see you. Alex, welcome. Orkan, Nada, glad you could be here. So let's get back into the lesson. We have done 4 terms. I think we have 23. I think we have 23 terms. The next one, I have mentioned this before. You may know this one, but it is speech. Speech. Let's look at the definition. A formal talk given to a group of people. This might terrify some people. In yesterday's live lesson, we talked about fears people have. And one of the fears was giving a speech. So that means talking in front of a group of people. And of course, politicians have to do this often. Here is the example sentence: he was giving a speech when the incident happened. The incident, it's usually a bad thing. So yesterday's attempted assassination could be called an incident. He was giving a speech when the incident happened. Let's talk about this. Presidents, former presidents, and when I say former, I mean they are no longer president, but they were at one time. So presidents, vice presidents, those are people who are second in charge. They get something called Secret Service. Secret Service, really high level security. What's security in English? Well, this is actions taken to keep someone or something safe. So the president and people trying to become president have a lot of security. Those are people that are trying to keep the president safe. There's also something called metal detectors. You go through them in the airport. They look for things that are made of metal, like guns. So there's a lot of security that surrounds presidents, former presidents, presidential candidates. Let's look at the sentence. The security team responded quickly to the shooting. And if you've seen any video from that speech, you will see within 2 seconds, security is swarming President Trump. Swarming. Do you know those little insects? Bees? Bzz, they land on flowers. They swarm. So they move in the same direction at the same time. Security can also swarm. And that's what they did when President Trump was hit in the ear by a bullet. I have pictures of bullets in a minute in case you don't know that term. So security was tight during the president's speech, but somehow a shooter was able to kill somebody in the crowd. Not sure if you have heard that news, but somebody actually died in the crowd. So, of course, my thoughts go out to that person's family. Horrible stuff. A couple other people were injured besides the president. Now, this is something that I have seen talked about in the news over the past 12 hours or so, and that is a hot mic. Hot mic. I thought some people who are learning English might not understand that term. So let's talk about it. If you see in the picture, there is literally a microphone on fire. Now, when you hear hot mic, it's an idiom. That does not mean something is really hot. And mic is short for microphone. So let's pull up some definitions and an example sentence. Hot mic. What is it? It's a microphone that is on and picks up sound. English phrasal verb. You can hear sound coming from the microphone. Hopefully, I have a hot mic right now. Hopefully, it's working. But when you hear hot mic in the news, it's probably picking up something that the audience shouldn't hear. So President Trump was giving a speech. He was hit by the bullet. The microphone did not turn off. So you could hear security talking about what they were going to do next. Here's an example sentence. The politician's comments were accidentally recorded by a hot mic. Ooh, I'm not going to go into it now, but President Trump has been picked up on a hot mic before. He was on a bus, if you remember that almost ended his last presidential campaign. All right, hospitalization. I'll say that a couple times. Hospitalization. You know hospital probably. That is a building where sick people can go and hopefully they get better. But hospitalization can be a noun and it can be a verb. So you can be hospitalized. That's the verb. So people are brought to a hospital, put in there to hopefully get better. So last night, President Trump was hospitalized. He has been released from the hospital. But for a short period of time, he did go to the hospital and he was checked out. Do you know that phrasal verb? Checked out. That means people looked at him to make sure he was safe to leave the hospital. And then he was checked out. Another definition means allowed to leave. Ooh, English phrasal verbs. Don't you love them? Very difficult. But if somebody is hospitalized, it's the verb, that means they are admitted to a hospital for medical care. Medical. The adjective form of medicine. Something that will hopefully make you feel better. The injured politician was hospitalized immediately. Immediately means like right now. They didn't wait. See what I mean? This is a pretty advanced English lesson. So if you need to watch this 2 or 3 times, do not feel bad. Hopefully, I am speaking slowly and clearly enough for you to understand most of this. But the news is really hard to watch in English, sometimes even for native English speakers. Investigation. That is happening right now. What is an investigation? Look below. It's a detailed search for the truth about something. So, right now, investigators, that's the noun, those are people who conduct an investigation or who do an investigation. Conduct is probably the verb we would use, but that is happening right now. Investigators are wondering, how did the shooter get past security? How did that person get on the roof to try to shoot the president? Let's take a break here for a second. I would like to check the chat to make sure there are no questions. Constantine, how are you? Marcus, what's going on? I don't know about that. I don't want to get too much into that. But if you see Marcus's comment there, he put the word coup in his statement. Coup. There's a P at the end. I know, but we pronounce it coup. It's from the French and it means trying to overtake a government, meaning a government might have a president. A coup would be to try and get rid of that president, like illegally, not by an election. Michael says he visited the Obama's house in Chicago. Interesting. Yeah, President Obama is from Chicago originally. Illinois. Illinois is the state. It ends with an S, but we don't pronounce it. Illinois. All right, Brazil is in the house. Welcome. All right. Question from Tanya. Thank you for being a channel member all of these months. Is the FBI responsible for the investigation or another one? Great question. From what I understand, the first people who were responsible for the investigation were the Secret Service because they were on the scene. But now the investigation has been turned over to the FBI. So as far as I know, the FBI is now in charge of the investigation. But sometimes local authorities will help with the investigation because they might know the area better. And this happened, well, the suspect is from a suburb just outside of Pittsburgh called Bethel something. So local authorities, those are the police in charge of that area, they might help out with the investigation as well. Olga, it is good to see you. Roshan, you are the best explainer teacher. Thank you. Hopefully, I am explaining everything well. Yulia, I was going to go back to the lesson, but I must say hello to you. Thank you for all of your support. All right, let's get back to this. We just talked about investigation, but now I want to talk about this critical condition. You will often hear this in the news, and this has been said in recent news about President Trump. Critical condition. Luckily, he was not in critical condition, but 2 spectators were. Spectators are people who are watching. So his speech, 2 spectators were actually in critical condition, which means they were hurt really bad. One person died, two people were in critical condition, very serious medical state, needing urgent care. Urgent. It can't wait. They need to be seen immediately. Those two words are very close. Urgent, something that is very important, has to be done now. Immediately means it is being done now. He is in critical condition after the attack. Critical. It's really serious. It's really bad. You could also hear serious condition. Not quite as bad as critical. You might also hear life-threatening condition, which means their life is in danger. They might not make it. They might not survive. You might hear this as well, eyewitness. What is an eyewitness in English? It's a person who sees something happen and can describe it. Often, when there is a crime, investigators will ask everyone who saw the crime happen, they will ask them, what did you see? Can you explain it to us? That way, the investigators will have a better idea of what happened. So here is a sentence. An eyewitness described the shooting in detail. Sometimes eyewitnesses are so shocked by what they saw, they can't really explain what happened. Sometimes they can, but eyewitness testimony, it's a big word in English. That just means what the eyewitness said. Eyewitness testimony can't always be trusted. I'm not sure if you have ever been in a crazy situation where a crime has happened, but often people can't remember everything. But an eyewitness is someone who sees a crime happen. Flee. This is a verb I've heard quite often when watching the news about the shooting, and that means to run away from danger. Flee. So people in the crowd might have fled after they heard the shooting. You can see in the picture, this person is definitely running away from danger. It looks like he might be in New York City. He looks scared and he looks like he is running. So the suspect, we talked about suspect earlier, didn't we? That is a person who might have committed a crime. The suspect tried to flee the scene. I don't think the suspect tried to flee the scene when it came to President Trump because somebody quickly shot him. Yeah, so he did not try to run away. You will see this quite often over the next few days. Press conference. Press conference. You may hear the verb like to press a button. This is different. It's not a verb. It's a noun. It's something. It's people. The press are people who work for newspapers, they work for television stations, and they tell us the news. They report on the news. So a press conference is a meeting to give information to the media. In the United States, we have something called the freedom of the press. And that means as long as it is true, a reporter can say maybe the president did a bad thing. As long as it is true, reporters can be honest. I know in some countries they can't, but in the United States, we like to think that there is the freedom of the press. The news can say what is true. They can't make up lies, but they can say something true even if it makes the president look bad. So often, almost every day, President Biden will have a press conference. He will not be in the room, but his press secretary will, and she will answer questions from reporters. So again, a press conference, it's a meeting to give information to the media. And here's a sentence. The mayor held a press conference about the incident. A mayor is the leader of a city. President is the leader of a country. Governor is the leader of one of our 50 states. President, governor, mayor. Uh-oh. This next one, panic. Panic. If you look at that picture and you see that person's face, it says it all. Panic. Sudden fear that causes people to act without thinking. So you can imagine there was a lot of panic after those gunshots were heard. There was probably a lot of confusion too. People didn't know what was going on, and then they were scared. Panic. There was panic among the crowd after the shooting. Of course, people are scared. Panic is like a lot of fear, a lot of confusion. Look at that person's face. That is the face of panic for sure. So, for this next one, we're going to talk about something called a bulletproof vest, but we need to talk about what bullets are, just in case you don't know. So, you probably know gun. Now you know bullet. Just look at the picture. Those things are called bullets in English. They are put into the gun and then they come out really fast when you pull the trigger. So those are bullets. And now I would like to talk about a bulletproof vest. It is likely that President Trump was wearing a bulletproof vest under his suit. I have not heard that on the news, but I think most of the time, presidents, people trying to become president, they wear bulletproof vests. Security probably wears bulletproof vests. You probably have a name for this in your language. But in English, a bulletproof vest is clothing that protects against bullets. The security guards wore bulletproof vests. Now, you could wear a vest, and it's not bulletproof. A vest is just a shirt without sleeves. Right now, I'm wearing a short sleeve shirt. Sleeve is the part of the shirt that covers your arms. You could have a long sleeve shirt. You could have a short sleeve shirt. We sometimes call this a t-shirt. Or you could have a vest, which means there are no sleeves. Oh, you could also have a tank top. I don't have a picture of a tank top. What about this? Crime scene. Crime scene. Hopefully you know crime. That is something bad that happens. And a crime scene is where that something bad happened. So let's look at the definition here. It's the place where a crime happened. The police closed off the crime scene for investigators. So we've talked about investigators. It's a hard word. Closed off. Do you know that phrasal verb when we talk about crime scene? That means people can't go there anymore. The police may have put up police tape. Do you see that yellow thing in the picture? We call that police tape. So the police or the investigators have closed off a place because a crime happened there. Now, in just a few minutes, we're going to talk about another phrasal verb that means closed off that you might hear in the news. What about this one? Surveillance. Surveillance. And in the picture, you can see a person looking at a lot of different television screens. And there are probably cameras set up all around this place. So there is surveillance. What does surveillance mean? It means watching somebody closely or watching an area closely. The area was under constant surveillance. So maybe 24/7, people were watching to make sure crimes weren't happening. The president lives in the White House. It's the name of the president's house, the White House. You can imagine the White House is under constant surveillance. There are cameras everywhere to make sure a crime doesn't happen. Surveillance. Very fancy term to mean investigators are watching. Surveillance. So sometimes if they think a person is going to do harm to a president, maybe they wrote something on social media, investigators could have that person under surveillance, which means they watch their every move. But unfortunately, the suspect that was killed yesterday was not under surveillance before. If he was, he probably couldn't have tried to shoot the president or shoot the former president. Rally. Do you know this term? President Biden, former President Trump will be having a lot of rallies over the next couple months. We, the American people, vote for our president in November. Before then, President Biden, former President Trump will have many rallies. They will have a lot of rallies. Well, what are they? They are large public meetings, often for political reasons. So yesterday, President Trump was having a rally, meaning a lot of people came to watch him speak about what he would do if he became president again. And most of the people, if not all, were his supporters. The people in the audience were the people who supported him, people who wanted him to become president. Here's a sentence. He was speaking at a rally when the shooting occurred, when the shooting happened. So he was speaking at a rally when the shooting occurred. The next one, target. Now, in the picture, you see that circular thing. Do you know that adjective? It means describing something that looks like a circle. So that circular thing with black and white stripes, it's a dartboard. We call that in English. And that sharp thing in the middle of the dartboard, we call it dart. So when people play darts, they try to hit the target. They try to hit the bullseye. That's the middle part of a dartboard in English. But the target, when it comes to a shooting, is the person or the thing aimed at. So yesterday, former President Trump was the target for the shooter. That is who the person was aiming at. The shooter was aiming, meaning trying to hit President Trump. The politician was the target of the attack. Now, unfortunately, 3 people in the crowd were also targets, but they were probably not the intended target. You might hear that term in the news, intended target. That means the person, the shooter, was trying to hit. But 3 people in the crowd and the audience were also hurt. 1 person was killed, unfortunately. They are dead now. Their family was with them in the crowd. And there were also 2 other people in critical condition, I believe. I'm not sure if they are getting better. I have a sentence here for you that you might read in the news or you might hear on television. Former President Trump was the target of the attempted assassination. Now, we've talked about all of those words in this lesson already, so hopefully that sentence makes sense. Former President Trump was the target of the attempted assassination. And if you don't understand that sentence now, maybe you want to rewatch this English lesson. Pretty hard. I know. All right. The next one. This is the one I thought, oh no, I need to be careful how I pronounce this. So it's perpetrator. Perpetrator. You will definitely hear that in the news. Perpetrator. What is it? It's a person who did something bad or illegal. So the shooter yesterday, the person with the gun, you could call them the suspect because that means maybe they did something bad, or you could call them the perpetrator. So that's the person who definitely did something bad. He was the perpetrator. The perpetrator was arrested by the police. Should I say that a couple more times? Perpetrator. Doesn't even sound like a real word, right? I promise it is. Perpetrator. Maybe you want to say that as you are watching this lesson. Perpetrator. The perpetrator was arrested by the police. How's that for practicing your speaking? The perpetrator was arrested by the police. All right, let's check the chat here. I have probably missed a few things. So, Constantine says, Yulia, привет, привет. Hello. All right. Chris is wondering, emergency condition or critical condition, are they used interchangeably? Well, emergency condition, I don't think is a medical term. So I've never heard that. But other ones you might hear are stable condition. So that's used, you will hear that in the news. And that means like the person is in good condition. You might hear that too. Good condition, stable condition, serious condition, critical condition. But yeah, I would not use emergency condition. Yes, Constantine, I talked about that earlier. President Kennedy, it was a successful, I guess we would say. It was an actual assassination. Unfortunately, President Kennedy did die November 22nd, 1963, I believe. In the 60s, there were three very famous assassinations. So you had President Kennedy in 1963. And in 1968, you had two other famous people assassinated. President Kennedy's brother, Robert Kennedy, and Dr. Martin Luther King. Both of them were killed in 1968. They were assassinated in 1968. Learn English with Jess. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Looks like you are from Canada. What a great country. Did Donald Trump get hurt? Yeah, Shama, if you see the footage, that means the video. If you see the footage, you can see that the top of former President Trump's ear was grazed by a bullet. That might be a new verb. So it wasn't a direct hit. Graze means just barely hit. So luckily the bullet grazed him. It did not directly hit him. All right. Tanya has gifted a membership to somebody. Thank you so much. You know what I should do right now? As a thank you to members, let me change this to members only chat just in case members have a question and I can answer that really quickly. But thank you. It does look like we have a new member. Tanya, thank you for being so supportive. I have a little something for you. New member. Make sure you check the members tab for the Discord, the members chat, and the bonus videos. Oh no. I wanted to take a sip of water while that was playing, but I did not take the cap off my water. So I'm sorry. You will have to wait just for a second while I take a sip of water. Quick sip. Quick sip. All right. Shall we get back to the lesson? And I will wait for those members' questions to come in. Right. Back to the live lesson here. You know it's live, right? Because it's taking me a second to get to the next one. So we talked about perpetrator. Now, what I would like to talk about is crowd control. Crowd control. You will see this at airports. And I believe this picture is probably at an airport. You can see there are rows of people. They can't walk wherever they want. So that would be crowd control. And at presidential rallies, there is definitely crowd control. People cannot just walk up to the president or the person speaking. There are places people can go and places people can't go. That is crowd control. So here is the formal definition: actions taken to manage a large group of people. Police used barriers. In the picture, you can see barriers. It's things that make it so people can't go somewhere. I see two barriers in that photo. The police used barriers for crowd control at the scene. So, unfortunately, the crowd control did not work yesterday. There will be an investigation into that. How did that person get on the roof with a gun? Kind of crazy. All right. I'm not sure if we had any members asking questions, but a lot of times I forget. So let me move this back to anyone. Anyone can chat. So maybe we'll get some trolls. You don't have to be a subscriber. You can just wander into the chat and maybe be a troll. I don't know. Crowd control. Now, earlier we talked about close off. That is a phrasal verb you might hear after a crime has been committed, but you might also hear cordon off in the news. Cordon off, if you know close off, it's the same thing. Cordon off, to block an area to prevent people from entering. And this often happens after a crime has been committed. That yellow police tape will be put up to cordon off the scene. Here it is in a sentence. The police cordoned off the area where the shooting happened. Pretty simple, I think. You know what? This one might not be so simple because it is an idiom. Lone wolf. I've heard that plenty of times while watching the news since the shooting happened. Lone wolf. In the picture, I have an actual wolf. A wolf in English is that thing. So it is a wild dog. A dog that might live out in the forest. It's wild. It's not a domestic dog. If you hear domestic, think like house, tamed. A domestic dog lives inside a house. Hopefully, it doesn't bite people. It's a good dog. Wolves, wolves, crazy. They might attack you, they might bite you. They're not tame. But when you hear lone wolf, when it comes to a crime, that means a person who did it alone. They didn't have any help. Let's take a look at the formal definition. It's a person who acted alone without help from others, especially when committing a crime. So hopefully, the shooter from yesterday was a lone wolf. He did not have any help. He did this all by himself. That's what the investigation is trying to find out now. Did this person have help? How did he get to the roof? Did somebody let him in? How did he get his gun? Did somebody help him get his gun? Hopefully, he was a lone wolf. He did it all on his own. So here's a sentence using lone wolf. The shooter was described as a lone wolf, acting without support, acting without help. Hopefully, that is the case. All right, background check. Background check. I teach in a public school in the United States. I had to have a background check before I got the job. A lot of people, probably everyone who works with the president, has to have a background check. Maybe you have had a background check for your job. What is it? Investigation. So we have talked about that term. An investigation into a person's history. So what have you done before? Often for criminal records. So a background check might look to see, have you committed a crime? Have you got a parking ticket? So if you have, do you know parking ticket in English? It's when you parked your car in a place you shouldn't, or you parked there for too long. So background checks might find that you had a parking ticket 10 years ago. They probably don't care about that. They care about if you have committed serious crimes, if you have done bad things in your life. So here's a sentence using lone wolf and background check. The lone wolf had no prior criminal history, as shown in the background check. And I do think that is true. When they looked into the person who did the shooting yesterday, they had no prior criminal record. Prior. In that sentence, prior might be new for you. That means things that have already happened in the past, prior. All right, that is the lesson on watching the news from the United States over the next couple weeks. This story isn't going anywhere. That means it's going to be talked about for the next couple weeks, maybe the next couple months. It will definitely be in the history books. All right, just checking a couple. India's in the house. Cowboy codes. Hello. All right. Manual. In Spain, lone wolf. We always say lone wolf, not lonely. Lone wolf. Oh, wait, hang on. Maybe this is something in Spanish. In Spain, lonely wolf is the person who doesn't want anyone to tell their. Oh, okay. I won't say that word. It's not a bad word. I just won't say it out loud. All right. So, Michael, you've had background checks, huh? Yeah, it happens. All of the teachers in the United States have to pass a background check to get hired. So, you know what will prevent somebody from being hired is if they have a DUI. In English, in the United States, a DUI is when somebody drank alcohol and they drove a car while they were drunk. DUI, driving under the influence. So if you have that, you probably won't get a job teaching. In fact, I know a couple teachers that I have worked with. They have gotten DUIs and then they got fired. So yeah, that's something that is taken pretty seriously. Teachers who drink alcohol, go driving, they could really hurt somebody. So interesting. So right now, the police are raiding the suspect's home. Great verb to know. Raiding. It is when the police enter somebody's house and the owner of the house doesn't know they're coming. So the police are raiding the suspect's house. Now, in the United States, it is illegal for the police to raid somebody's house without permission. So the police have to go to a judge, and the judge will issue something called a search warrant, and that makes it legal. So to get a search warrant, the judge has to think that a crime has been committed. So it's unlikely the police will raid my house. I haven't committed any crimes. But because this suspect is thought to have been the shooter, pretty good evidence that he was, since he was killed with a gun next to him, the judge issued a search warrant and the police were able to raid the house. All right. Hopefully that. Hey, good to see you again. All right. Yeah. Look at that. Najib. Happy to help with DUI. All right. Cowboy Codes has also had a background check. Well, I can't thank you enough for everyone joining. Like I said, maybe earlier, you would want to watch this a second time. Oh, can you please like the video? That really helps the channel. It helps other people find Cowboy Code. Hey, I did not know you were a channel member. Thank you for becoming a channel member. If you are a channel member, there are over 200 bonus English lessons for you. So you might want to look at them. 200. I release a bonus English lesson once a week, sometimes twice a week. Thank you all for joining. There will be a new English lesson out this week about talking about bad food in English. I filmed that while I was in Iceland, Poland, and Turkey. 3 different countries, 1 lesson, and there will be a live lesson next weekend. Welcome. How are you? Another live lesson. I'm not sure if you are in the United States, but if you are, the only news that is being shown is about the election. So I thought if you are learning American English and you are following the American news, then we should talk about elections in English. So in today's English lesson, I am going to describe 25 different ways you can talk about the elections in the United States, and they will be for American elections. Other countries might do it differently. We are going to focus on the United States here. So before we get into the lesson, I would like to say hello to a few people. Tanya, hope you're doing well. I saw Dennis is here. Yulia, welcome. Hafiez is here. Rest, hope you're doing well. Mariposa, it's been a little while. Good to see you. Chris, welcome. Manuel, welcome. Freddie Wolf is here. All right, so this should last about 30 to 40 minutes. We'll talk about maybe 1 minute for each topic. I don't know. We'll see. Mohammed, how are you? Etienne is here too. Welcome. All right. Let's do this. I got a lot for you here. And I don't want to waste your time. If you are watching on replay, hello. If you are watching now, could you please hit that like button? It will just help other people find the lesson. The first one we have ballot. Ballot. For each of these topics, I will have a sentence and I will have a definition for you. So the first one, ballot. It's paper with a list of candidates or issues to vote on. I marked my choices on the ballot and put them in the box. So in the picture, you will see that piece of paper is called the ballot, and they are putting it into the ballot box. Now, each state is different when it comes to elections. So, my state, I live in the state of Maine, it is different from California or Florida or New York. And we still have paper ballots. You have to use a very thick black pen, which they give you, and then you will mark in your ballot. It's a phrasal verb we might use, or you might use fill in. A lot of times it's a circle. And so you take that black marker and fill in the circle for the candidate. We will talk about candidate in just a second. Or you could be voting on the school budget. My town just had an election or a referendum, we might call it, when people aren't involved, about the school budget. So more money had to go to the school and the citizens had to vote. Should we increase the budget? Should we give more money to the school or should we not? How about this one? I've mentioned this already. Candidate. It's always a person. Candidate. You may be familiar with the American presidential election. Presidential. That is the adjective we would use to describe an election to try and elect a president. Election is the noun. We are having an election. We are trying to elect our next president. Elect is the verb. So the candidate, what is that? It's a person trying to be elected. Each candidate gave a speech at the town hall. So the leader of a town or a city in the United States is a mayor. So if somebody is running for mayor, that's the verb we use. President Biden is running for president. President Trump is running for president. If a candidate is running for mayor, they may give a speech at town hall. And town hall is like where the government of the city takes place. Campaign is the next one. You will hear this word a lot. Both President Biden and former President Trump are campaigning right now. This is another word in English that can be a noun or it can be a verb. Let's talk about the noun first. The campaign. What is it? Activities to get people to vote for a candidate. So last week, when President Trump was shot, he was campaigning. He was holding a rally. I think we did rally last week. He was holding a rally to try to get people fired up to vote for him. That is an English phrasal verb we can use to mean like make them excited. President Trump was holding a rally to fire up people to get them to vote for him. So, what is a campaign? Activities to get people to vote for a candidate. The campaign volunteers knocked on doors to promote their candidate. That happens a lot in my neighborhood around this time of year. Volunteers. That might be a new word for you. A volunteer is someone who gives their time for something and they don't get paid. So you might have campaign volunteers. These are people who really like the candidate. They may say, I am going to work for free. I am going to try to get other people to vote for you. So who knows? Maybe today I might have somebody knock on my door and say, hey, have you heard about President Biden and what he wants to do for the next 4 years? Or, hey, former President Trump, let me tell you about them and why you should vote for them. So, a campaign, it's all those things that candidates do to try to get elected. Let's check the chat here. We are only 3 terms in, just to make sure there are no questions. We will get to number 4 in a minute. Sheet ballot, really? I would say paper ballot. Paper ballot, probably. Mahmoud, how are you? I see you here. Still having internet issues. I am sorry. Chris is wondering where Mahmoud lives. He lives in Mauritania. All right, question. Tanya, thank you so much. Does every politician keep their title like president or governor, even though they are no longer in that position? They do. They do. It's just a sign of respect. For instance, if you're watching the news, you might hear people say former President Trump. That's a lot of words to say. So a lot of people will say President Trump, President Obama, President Bush. The former doesn't usually get said. Roshan, hey, I'm doing well. Thank you for being a channel member. Later on, I will have a time where just channel members can chat. I learned that from Bob the Canadian. All right, let's get back to the lesson. That's why you are here. We just talked about campaign. It can be a noun. So they are running a campaign right now, or they are campaigning door to door, trying to get votes. Okay. This is a little tricky. Primary elections. When you think primary, think first. I will focus on presidential elections today because that is in the news. But we have primary elections and we have the general election. So in the spring, each state held a primary election. And let's talk about what that is. And it's an election to choose a party's candidate. Let me say that again in clearer English. We will talk about political parties a little later, and we'll talk about what third parties are. But in the United States, we have 2 major parties, the Democrats and the Republicans. A couple years ago, I did an English lesson on what is the difference. It's been doing pretty well. People are being shown that and they are watching it. So if you want to search American English with Brent, American English with this guy, and look for Republicans and Democrats, You should find it. So Joe Biden might be. Right now, he is the pick for the Democrats. And President Trump is definitely the pick for the Republicans. In the spring, each state held an election. The Democrats chose their candidate, and the Republicans chose their candidate. Now, since spring, I probably won't get into this too much, but the Democrats are having second thoughts. So they are not sure they made the right decision, at least some of them. But last week, the Republicans had a convention. That's not one of our terms, where Republicans get together and they say, yes, we like our candidate. So in the primaries, Biden was elected for the Democrats, Trump was elected for the Republicans. And it usually happens in the spring. We elect our president in November. Primary elections. I will read it one more time. It's an election to choose a party's candidate. Here's a sentence to help you understand that term. The primary election decides who will represent the party in the main election. Now, notice the way Maine is spelled, M-A-I-N. I live in the state of Maine. It's M-A-I-N-E, Maine. And then in November, in the main election or the general election, citizens will vote. They will either vote for President Biden for another 4 years, or they will vote for President Trump for another 4 years. This term, you will hear this quite a bit when watching the news right now. The incumbent. Incumbent. I think we only use this term when talking about elections. What is the incumbent? It's the current office holder who is running again. By this definition, President Biden is the incumbent. He has the job before the election, and he's trying to get the job again after the election. The incumbent. President Biden is the incumbent president. Here's a sentence. The incumbent mayor has a strong chance of winning again. We can use this for governors. We can use this for presidents. We can use this for mayors. All right, earlier, I talked about ballots. Now we need to talk about polling place. This is the place where citizens will cast their vote. That's the verb we use, cast. I need to do an entire English lesson on that word cast. You can use it with fishing. You can use it when people get injured. But a polling place, let's look at the definition. It's a place where people go to vote. It's a place where people will cast their vote. So it's an actual place. A lot of times it's a school. It may be a church. Yeah, mostly schools and churches become polling places on election day. My polling place is at the local elementary school where I used to work. I used to work at a middle school. Last year, I was working at a middle school. And on election day, I had to park in a different place because my school became a polling place. Our gymnasium turned into a place where people could vote. Well, maybe they don't like the lines. A lot of times you have to wait in a line before you can vote. It can get pretty busy before people go to work or after people get out of work. So, what is an absentee ballot? We talked about ballot already. That's what you fill in to pick who you want to become president or mayor. Absentee ballot. It's a ballot for someone who cannot vote in person, or maybe they don't want to. You fill this in before and you mail it. Absentee voting. Each state is a little different. Sometimes you need to get in your absentee ballot a week before the election. So it's a little different for each state. I have never voted by absentee. And if you look at that first part of the word absent, it means not there. So in the morning, when I look at my classroom and I look at my students, some of them might be absent, which means they're not there. If they're present, they are there. If they're absent, they are not there. And here's a sentence for absentee ballot. I mailed in my absentee ballot last week. Yeah. So I think I will go to my polling place, which is an elementary school in my town, in my part of the town, and I will cast my vote there. But sometimes people who are serving in the military, they may be in a different country, but they still want to vote in our elections. They can vote by absentee ballot. All right, let's take a second here. We ended on 9. Sorry, we ended on 8. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Russia is in the house. Welcome. Hey, from Turkey. All right. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Ison? Probably wrong. Sorry. Why are there only 2 political parties in the United States? Great question. We will talk about more. There are more political parties. We'll talk about independence later. But I think the easiest way to answer that is money. It costs a lot of money to campaign for president or run for president. And those 2 parties have a lot of donations. So I think it comes down to money. The Republicans and the Democrats get a lot of donations each year. How about this? Elon Musk. You probably have heard of him. He is donating $45 million a month until November to the Republican Party. Crazy, crazy. All right, Hafez. All right, do they happen every year or every 4 years, like the primary and general elections? Okay. So for president, primary elections and general elections happen only every 4 years. But there are other years where we will vote for mayors, governors, Senate, House of Representatives. So those are all terms that I might do in a future lesson. Incumbent, pretty much currently. Yes, yes. So the incumbent president will be running again. Man, I didn't expect to teach this. But we also have an idiom for like lame duck president. That means a president who has been president for 8 years already and can't run again. Lame duck president. Interesting. Manuel says local elementary school in Spain as well. All right, Michael. Oh, who hires the people that help at the polling places? That's a great question. So I believe they are all volunteers. There might be one local person in charge of it, But I know for years, my mother, after she retired, she would volunteer at the polling place. So most of the people you see there, they might be involved in politics. They are passionate about politics. So they volunteer their time to help people. They have to find your name. Yeah. I could do a whole lesson on going to the polls and voting. And each state is different. We'll talk about voter registration in a minute. Mega, how are you? Welcome. All right, Freddie, about the second Democratic's thought, it will not be too late to change their candidate and therefore be much more difficult to succeed. Okay, so at this point, President Biden won the primary election. Only he can decide if he wants to drop out. And right now, if you watch the news, some people will say he will drop out this weekend. Hasn't happened yet. Some say he's staying in. He isn't going anywhere. But because he won the primary elections in each state for the Democrats, he should be their candidate. Now, if he doesn't want to, maybe Kamala Harris, who is the vice president right now, she is the incumbent vice president. Maybe she will be the Democratic Party's choice. All right. Well, arrest. What are Americans saying about the attempted assassination of Trump? Well, everybody is saying something different. But I think the big question for most Americans would be, how did this happen? Like, shouldn't there be security? You would think so, right? All right, let's get back to the lesson. Great questions. All right. Yeah, Dennis, I don't know about this. What about electronic or online voting? I don't know if any state is doing this right now. But I know a lot of people think that there could be like more. I think a lot of people think that paper ballots are safer. They're more secure. It's hard to rig paper ballots. Rig means like to cheat. So we'll see. So the results of the general election will be when, Hafiez would like to know. For some states, it will be that day. So we vote on November 5th, 2024 for our president. Some states, like California, like I already know, President Biden is going to win California. But there are some other states, we will talk about swing states soon. It might take days. It might take weeks if the results are close. So if one candidate wins by 51% of the vote, it might take a long time to know the results. And each state. Okay, let's talk about the next one here. It's Electoral College. This is the one I am most worried about teaching. Electoral College. All right. Let me take a drink of water. Okay. The Electoral College. This is only used when we vote for president and vice president. So let's look at the formal definition. It's a group of people who formally elect the president and vice president. Now, I asked AI to draw a picture for us, and they did not do a good job. but at least you can see a map of the United States. So each state, depending on how many people live in that state, will get a vote in the Electoral College. My state is small, so we get 4 electoral votes. California is our biggest state. I think they get 54 electoral votes. So, whichever candidate gets the most votes in that state, the candidate will get all of those electoral college votes. So President Biden is going to win California. There is no question about it. It's a blue state. They always vote Democratic. President Biden will get all 54 electoral votes from California. Maine and Nebraska are the only 2 states that could split their electoral college votes. I think in the last election, President Biden got 3 of our 4 votes, and President Trump got 1 of our 4 votes. You need 270 electoral college votes to win the presidency. I hope I did a good job explaining that. There are a lot of Americans who don't know how the electoral college works. It's very confusing. You might also hear something called the popular vote. And that means whoever gets the most votes from all over the country. So, like back in 2016, if you remember somebody called Hillary Clinton, she won the popular vote. She got more votes than President Trump. But we don't elect our president by the popular vote. It's by electoral college. If you have questions about that, let me know in the chat if you are watching live. All right, the next one we have is debate. This became a very famous term a couple weeks ago. What is a debate? It's a formal discussion, or it should be a formal discussion between candidates. So there are often rules about who can speak, when they can speak, how long they have to speak. And to be honest, the one debate that President Trump and President Biden had a couple weeks ago, the rules were followed because they turned off the candidates' microphones. But usually, the candidates will talk about what they are going to do when they become president, how they will make the country better. But most of the time, in that last debate, the candidates talked about how bad the other person was. Here's a sentence with debate. The debate between the candidates was on TV. The debate between candidates was on TV. And I think since 1960, when President Kennedy and future President Nixon debated, all presidential debates have been on television. All right, the next one, voter registration. Big word there, registration. We'll also talk about register, which is the verb. What is voter registration? The process of signing up to vote. Now, I am a registered voter. I think I had to go to City Hall or Town Hall. That's the place of my city's government. And I had to fill out a form to register to vote. And now I can vote. It's different in every state. I believe my state of Maine is the only state where you can register to vote on the day of the election. Most states, you have to do it before, maybe like a month before. My daughter, she just turned 18 in February. She has to register to vote if she wants to vote in November. I already asked her. She said she is going to do that at her college. They have a day where they register everyone to vote at her college. So, different for each state. What about polls? Okay, earlier we talked about polling place. This is just a little different. Poll. What is it? You can take a poll. I think I've done it on YouTube before. What is a poll? It's a survey of people's opinions. So you ask a question to get an idea of how people think. And guess what? The Democratic Party right now is taking a lot of polls. They are wondering, can President Biden beat President Trump in November? You ask people what they think. That is what a poll is. The latest polls show a close race between the candidates. You can see in the picture, people are raising their hands. So this is happening in person. Like, hey, who do you want to be president? Show me some hands if you think President Trump should be president again. Show me some hands if you think President Biden should be president. That would be a poll. I didn't want to do a poll here on YouTube. It might get too many people. That's two things I don't like talking about on YouTube. Just too many fights, right? People are very passionate. Religion and politics. I don't mind discussing it. Like, I'm hoping right now nobody knows who I'm going to vote for in November. We're just talking about facts. So, poll. You can take a poll. I think that's the verb we would use most of the time. Hey, I need to take a poll. How many people want grilled cheese for lunch? Okay, this was a big topic earlier this week. Running mate. Running mate. You will hear that only with presidential elections. You will only hear that for president. What is a running mate? A candidate for the second important position. President, vice president. So President Trump needed to pick a running mate. Last week, the Republicans had their national convention. I know these are big words, but a national convention is when a lot of Republicans get together. That's the Republican National Convention. In about a month, all of the Democrats will get together and they will have their convention where they pick their candidate who won in the primaries. I hope that makes sense. And during the convention, the president or the candidate for president will pick their running mate. And last week, President Trump picked a guy named J.D. Vance to be his running mate. So you vote for both president and vice president at the same time. Like, a person cannot go to a polling place and vote for President Trump to be president and Vice President Kamala Harris. Can't do it. They run on a ticket. They run together. So here's a sentence. The presidential candidate announced his running mate yesterday. All right, let's just hit the table. Let's check the chat. Make sure there are no questions. My goodness. it's a tough topic as I'm explaining this. This would be very tough. Yeah, as Brigitte said, it's very tough. All right, lots of questions here. Going back. Let's see. I think we were here. Yeah, Hafez had the last one. All right. Okay, Manuel is wondering. So the paradox could be you elected a president with fewer votes than defeated. It happens. It happens quite a bit, but the popular vote doesn't matter. It's the electoral college that matters for president. Every other political position, it's done by popular vote, meaning who gets the most votes from the people. Yeah, very complicated. Freddie Wolf. Alaska was missing. It might have been. Yeah, AI is not perfect. It's Hafez. I heard that Biden and Trump and Biden talked about golfing. Yeah, they were challenging each other to golf. It was just like two little kids. Hey, I'm a better golfer than you. No, no, no. I'm a better golfer than you are. All right. No. Tanya, your question here. Is there a possibility to change the voting system from electoral college to the popular vote? There is, but it will probably never happen. It has to go through Congress, and it has to go through the states, and like 4/5, I think, have to ratify it. That's the verb we would use. It is. I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but no. Short answer is no. We are good or bad. We are stuck with the electoral college for a long time. Yeah. Probably not going to happen. Hey, just as a thank you to members, and in case anybody else would like to be a member, let's do members only chat right now. Thank you, Bob the Canadian. He taught me this, and we will do it for about 5 minutes. Okay. Hey, Siri, set the timer for 5 minutes because I'll forget and I'll get scared when the timer goes off. It's funny. People sometimes make a mistake thinking the electoral college is the place. Yeah. Careful. You said colleague there. That's like somebody you work with. But yeah, electoral college sounds like a place you would visit, but it's not. Z is wondering, why do you have to register? Well, because they worry about voter fraud. Voter fraud is a term you might hear. Fraud, fake. Think of it that way. So if you didn't have to register to vote, maybe I could go to the polling place 3 different times. Maybe I could go in another city and just keep voting for the person I want to win. So, voter registration, the idea is that it limits a person to only one vote. They can only vote once. No. Arrest. Trump won more of the electoral college than Biden. No, he didn't. No, Biden. That's the only way you can win the presidency is if you get 270 votes or more in the electoral college. That's how we vote, or that's how we choose our president. Now, I said earlier, in 2016, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, but she was not elected president. Okay. Yeah. Chris, I almost put a couple examples of this. So Chris has a pair of homophones and he has written pole, Pole, and poll, Poll. So I talked about Poll. It's like a vote. Like, hey, how many people want turkey sandwiches for lunch? The other one would be like the North and the South Pole. In English, we say the very top of the earth and the very bottom of the earth are the earth's poles. And it's spelled Pole. A pole might also be a thin piece of metal that holds up a building. There's also a barber pole when you get a haircut. Yeah, my hair, by the way, it's falling out, but it will come back in after my hair transplant. Oh, Hafiez, I like what you did there. So he just said he went on a run. He brought a friend, called that friend his running mate. I like it. Yeah, Michael says J.D. Vance was Trump's choice. Yes, so if President Trump wins in November, it will be Vice President Vance. Freddie is wondering, I've heard that each U.S. citizen has to mention their political their political opinion on their driver's license. Is that true? No. No. Now, maybe what you are thinking. So you can register to vote, okay? You can register as a Republican. You can register as a Democrat. You can register as an independent, which means neither party, kind of like in the middle. You're on your own. We have a couple other parties like the Green Party. They're not as popular. So you do have to register as a Republican if you want to vote in the primary elections. So the Republican Party holds their primaries, the Democrats hold their primaries. So when you register to vote, if you want to vote in the primary elections, you have to register as a Democrat or a Republican. I am an independent. See, I knew it. Always scares me. I am registered as an independent, so I cannot vote in the primaries, which I'm fine with that. All right, anyone can chat now. Welcome. Hey, thank you, channel members. Yeah, but basically, yeah, they would have to modify the Constitution. Manuel is saying, and I remembered in school, but it would be very complicated to talk about right now. But I believe has to go to Congress, which is they're in Washington. They're also elected officials. I think it's 3/4 of the vote. 3/4 have to vote to ratify the Constitution, and then it has to go to each state. And I think you need 4/5 to do that. It's very hard to change the Constitution, which we will talk about later on in this lesson. All right, we should probably. Etienne is wondering, yeah, why use that system? Is it because some states are more important than others? Yeah, it could be. So, what the Electoral College does is it forces presidential candidates to think about smaller states. So, if we didn't have the Electoral College, probably like California, Texas, New York, Florida, they're big states, they have a lot of people. The candidates would forget about little old Maine and little old New Hampshire, which They do forget about Maine a lot of times. But New Hampshire is important in the primary elections. They are the first state to hold a primary election. All right. So we should get back to the lesson. A lot of questions, I'm sure, because it's difficult. All right. Kevin, whoever sent me the membership, I want to say thank you. I think that was Tanya last week. She did give out a membership. So I think it is Tanya who you should thank. Yeah, the founding fathers, Chris said. The founding fathers are a group of men that we talk about who were like the first political figures in the United States. Watching the news in English is a great way to improve your English, but they often use some very difficult vocabulary words, some idioms, some English phrasal verbs. So today we are going to watch a news clip. I have slowed it down a little bit. I have put subtitles on the screen. And after we watch it together, I will come back and explain the most difficult terms that they use. A couple days ago, I made an English lesson about the Democratic National Convention. And in that lesson, I mentioned how there were protests, but they weren't violent. Well, that changed yesterday. They did get violent. Property was damaged. Thankfully, nobody was seriously injured, but the convention still has 2 days left. So I'm hoping we don't see any more violence today. Let's take a look at the first clip.
Some of the most tense exchanges so far. That fence behind me that was breached, not just already fixed, but crews this morning adding an additional layer of fencing as Chicago prepares for what is expected to be another round of protests.
In that clip, the reporter mentioned tense exchanges. What does that mean? For each term, I am going to have a simple definition, and I will use that term in a sentence. So, tense exchanges means conversations or arguments where people feel angry or upset. There were tense exchanges between protesters and police when the protesters refused to leave. Breached. We have a couple definitions of breached, but let's just focus on the one they used in the news clip. That means force your way through or broke a barrier or a rule. So you could see in the news clip that protesters breached that fence. They got over that fence. They broke it a little bit. Here's a sentence. Some protesters breached the police barriers and tried to get closer to the DNC venue. I've also used the term conference center. Venue, conference center, in this case, they're the same thing.
Some of the most tense exchanges so far. That fence behind me that was breached, not just already fixed, but crews this morning adding an additional layer of fencing as Chicago prepares for what is expected to be another round of protests.
The reporter mentioned another round of protests. That can be difficult because we have a couple different ways we use round in English. This first one, if you look at the picture, that shape is a circle, and we could describe that as being round. Let's take a look at the definition. Something shaped like a circle. The protesters formed a round circle to block the entrance to the convention center. But that is not the way the reporter used it. He talked about another round of protests. So what does that mean? A single part of a fight or contest, often with breaks in between. If you look at that picture, let me make it a little bigger for you. That sport is boxing in English. If you have ever watched a boxing match, you know the fighters will fight for about 3 minutes and then they will take a break. That is a round of boxing. With 2 more days to go in the convention, we might see a few more rounds of protests. Take a look at a sentence. After a heated round of shouting, the police called for backup to control the crowd. Backup. That means more police officers to the scene.
As Chicago prepares for what is expected to be another round of protests. This morning, authorities in Chicago remain on high alert following moments of heated protests outside the Democratic National Convention.
Okay, those police officers, that security, they are going to be on high alert. What does that mean? Being ready and watching carefully for danger or trouble. Security was on high alert due to rumors of more protesters arriving at the DNC. Remember when we talked about tense exchanges? They also talk about heated exchanges. And when you think of heated in English, you might think warm or hot. Where I live, it gets very cold in the winter, and some people have heated garages. It's a garage where you can keep your car, but you can also turn on the heat. Some people also have heated pools where I live. Yeah, you can actually warm up a pool. But heated can also mean when people become very angry or emotional. You can imagine those protesters, they feel very passionate about their cause. They are talking about people dying. So they're going to be very emotional. Their emotions are going to be running high. Let's take a look at a sentence using heated in that way. A heated argument broke out between the police and the protesters about their rights. You do have the right to protest. It's not illegal to do that in this country, but you can't damage property and you can't hurt people. So those protests yesterday got a little violent. The police had to do something about it.
This morning, authorities in Chicago remain on high alert following moments of heated protests outside the Democratic National Convention. Multiple people detained and arrested, some carried away after a group broke through a layer of Secret Service fencing.
Detained. Let's talk about what detained means. Being stopped and held by the police or authorities, like people in charge. Now, arrested would mean that person went to jail, they were put in handcuffs, like the woman in the picture is. But detained doesn't mean you go to jail. You might later, but detained just means the police are not letting you leave. Let's look at a sentence with detained. Several protesters were detained after they refused to leave the restricted area. And a restricted area is a place where people are not allowed to go. Phrasal verb here, carried away. Let's talk about one way we use carried away in English, and it is different from the way the reporter used it. Let's look at the definition. When someone becomes overly excited or emotional and loses control. Maybe you are at a concert listening to some music you really like. Well, you could get carried away. You could get very emotional, start shouting, screaming. It can be a good thing or it can be a bad thing. Maybe you are having an argument with a person, and if you get carried away, that means you have like too much emotion. There is the sentence right down there. Some protesters got carried away and started pushing against the police lines. But the reporter didn't use it as a phrasal verb. Literally, that person is being carried by the police. The police are taking that person to another area. It's not a phrasal verb here. That person is literally being carried away, probably to jail. Secret Service, I have mentioned them before when I did the English lesson about the attempted assassination on former President Trump. Let's look at it again. A group responsible for protecting important government officials. And here is a sentence. the Secret Service surrounded the DNC building to protect key political figures. I will leave a link to the English lesson I did before about the DNC, and there I talk about 2 different ways we use key in English also. Would you mind hitting that like button so other people can find this English lesson? And if this is your first time here, don't be afraid to subscribe so you never miss another English lesson.
Multiple people detained and arrested, some carried away after a group broke through a layer of Secret Service fencing. The DNC Joint Information Center writing, "At no point was the inner perimeter breached and there was no threat to any protectees." Overnight, demonstrators even seen inside the convention center. One group unraveling a protest banner in support of Palestinians during President Biden's speech, with other attendees quickly placing their own signs in front of them.
Okay, the next 2 terms, protectee and attendee, they both have the same ending. They both have the same suffix. So let's talk about them together. What are protectees? Those are people being protected by security, like Secret Service. In this case, the Secret Service are the protectors and the political figures are the protectees. They are the people being protected. Here's a sentence. The protectees were safely escorted into the building despite the large crowd of protesters. And attendees are people who attend something. People who go to an event like a meeting, conference, or convention. Even in the picture, you can see this woman is probably at a concert. She could be at a conference, but she is an attendee. She is a person who is attending something. Here's a sentence. The attendees at the DNC had to pass through several security checks due to the protests. I don't know if you remember, but at one time on this channel, I interviewed Bob the Canadian. Great guy. Give him a follow if you don't know him, another English teacher. But when I interviewed him, I was the interviewer. He was the interviewee. He was the person being interviewed.
Thousands rallying and marching Monday afternoon, at one point delaying some buses carrying convention delegates, a DNC official tells NBC News.
Felt like I needed to be around like-minded people.
In the news report, they mentioned that buses were being delayed. What does that mean? Causing something to take longer or happen later than planned. If you have ever flown on an airplane, there's a good chance that your plane was delayed. It took a little longer for you to take off in your airplane. The protesters were delaying the start of the DNC by blocking the main roads. The woman being interviewed, or the interviewee, she mentioned like-minded people. What does that mean? Like-minded people. Those are people who share the same opinions or beliefs, who feel the same way that you do. If you attend an English class, you are there to improve your English. In the class, there are probably like-minded people, other people who also want to improve their English. I'm hoping that people who are watching me right now are like-minded people. They all want to improve their English here. Let's look at a sentence using like-minded people. The protesters were like-minded people who all wanted the same changes from the DNC.
Thousands rallying and marching Monday afternoon, at one point delaying some buses carrying convention delegates, a DNC official tells NBC News.
Felt like I needed to be around like-minded people.
And Chicago's top cop overnight is praising his officers, saying that the de-escalation training that they received ahead of the convention came to good use. That situation resolved with no tear gas, no batons being used.
De-escalation. I've talked about escalation before on this channel. It means like to rise up. You could take an escalator at an airport, and that would bring you to another floor. On an escalator, you could go up or down. De-escalation always means down, like calmer. And if you look at that picture, that woman seems very calm. But what is de-escalation? The reporter talked about de-escalation tactics that the police used. Actions taken to reduce tension or calm a situation down. If the protesters were angry and the police got even angrier, that would escalate the situation. It seems the police have been trained on how to bring the tension down, how to make people feel less angry. The police used de-escalation techniques to prevent the crowd from becoming violent. Oh boy. Tear gas. Luckily, the police did not have to use tear gas yesterday. But what is it? Take a look at the picture. A chemical used by police that makes people's eyes sting and tear up. You probably know that the water from your eyes when you cry, it's called tears. Hang on, I need to put the microphone down and I'm going to tear some paper. I'm not sure the first time I tore the paper, I don't know if you could see that. So I did it again. I tore the paper twice. But tear and tear are spelled the exact same way. It'd be pretty confusing. The police had to use tear gas when some of the protesters became aggressive. Luckily, that example sentence is not true. They also did not have to use their batons. What is that? Short, heavy sticks carried by police, often used for crowd control. So if people get a little too angry, a little too emotional, the police might have to use their batons. I guess it's better than using a gun. The police held their batons, but did not use them unless a protester got too close. Luckily, the tear gas and the batons have not been used yet. Hopefully, they are not used at all. I hope you have enjoyed this English lesson about the DNC and the angry protests that are there. If you're looking for more information about the DNC, I left an English lesson there for you. Thanks so much for watching. See you next time. Watching the news in English is a great way to improve your English, but sometimes they use pretty difficult words. They'll use English phrasal verbs. They'll also use some English idioms. So today we are going to watch a small clip from a news story about Ukraine actually invading Russia. The opposite is happening. For most of the last couple of years, Russia has been invading Ukraine. Now the tables have turned. Sometimes we use that phrase when the opposite is happening. And as always, I am not going to give my opinion. I don't think that would be fair. I am going to do my best to just teach an English lesson. I am going to leave the politics out of this English lesson, but feel free to share your opinion in the comment section. But just please be respectful. My only opinion on this situation is I hope the killing can stop in this region as soon as possible. The clip is going to have the subtitles on the screen and it is going to be slowed down just a little bit so you can understand it better. Earlier, I put up a post to see which English lesson you would like to watch most, and Ukraine invades Russia 1. For each difficult thing that gets talked about in the news report, I will have a picture for you. I will also have a definition, and I will use that term in a sentence.
Russia fighting back after Ukraine's surprise advance. Ian Panel has the latest. Good morning to you, Ian.
Yeah, good morning, Robin. Another region of Russia declaring a state of emergency over Ukraine's audacious operation across the border.
I think the first difficult thing they talk about is state of emergency. Let's talk about what that is. A special situation where the government can take extra actions to keep people safe. Now, luckily, in the United States, we haven't had war here for a very long time, but we do sometimes have states of emergency. This will often happen when a natural disaster affects an area, Let's say a bad storm blows through an area. Do you know that English phrasal verb? If a town has been affected by this storm, they can declare a state of emergency and they might get more money from the government to help them repair. Let's take a look at a sentence that uses state of emergency. Ukraine declared a state of emergency to protect its people after Russia attacked. But of course, in the news story, the opposite happened. Russia actually declared a state of emergency. And we usually use that verb, declared. Audacious. This is a good term to know, a good term you might see on the IELTS or TOEFL exam. And it means very bold, surprising, often in a risky way. Like something bad might happen if you do something audacious. Ukraine made an audacious move by attacking Russian forces. For most of the war or the special operation, Ukraine has been on the defensive, we would say. They have been defending their territory. But by going into Russia, they're now on the offensive. They are the ones who are attacking. Some people might think that move is audacious.
Another region of Russia declaring a state of emergency over Ukraine's audacious operation across the border. Overnight, the governor of the border region of Belgorod calling the situation very difficult following attacks by Ukrainian forces, saying houses are destroyed, civilians dead and injured. Belgorod, of course, as you know, has been used to launch consistent deadly attacks on Ukraine.
You heard them talk about civilians. What are civilians? Those are people who are not soldiers or in the military. And unfortunately, in the picture, this is what civilians often look like. Children, women, people who are not soldiers. Let's use civilians in a sentence. Many civilians had to leave their homes because of the fighting between Ukraine and Russia. Consistent. Consistent. In the picture, you can see consistency is the key. Consistency is the key to learning English. Let's talk about what consistent means. Always happening in the same way over time. It might take many years, but if you are consistent with your English learning, it will happen. Your English will get better. Ukraine has been consistent in its efforts to push back Russian forces. Please let me take a quick moment to ask you to like this video if it is improving your English, and also if you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? If you want to see more English lessons like this, please subscribe so you never miss another one.
Saying houses are destroyed, civilians dead and injured. Belgorod, of course, as you know, has been used to launch consistent deadly attacks on Ukraine. Russian troops seen captured and taken prisoner as Kyiv pounds the Russian border region of Kursk.
This is one thing that can make English so difficult, is that the reporter said pounds. But we use the word pounds in at least 3 different ways. So let's talk about 3 of them. You might hear pounds as a measurement. That is not how the reporter used it, but a measurement of weight in the US. We often talk about how much people weigh in pounds. I think we are the only country who does this. Most everyone else around the world uses kilograms, but here is a sentence using pounds as a weight of measurement. I gained 10 pounds over vacation. In the UK, you might hear pounds as money. They no longer use the euro in England, they use pounds. So it could be weight or it could be money. So let's use pounds as money in a sentence. The new phone cost £1,000. Now, this is the way the reporter used pounds as a verb, meaning to hit something repeatedly with force. In the picture, we have a woman pounding a punching bag. But here is an example sentence using pounds when it comes to the Ukrainian army. The Ukrainian army pounded the Russian base with rockets.
As Kyiv pounds the Russian border region of Kursk, which neighbors Belgorod, with missiles and drones, claiming control of almost 80 settlements. It's also struck 3 Russian airfields overnight, one more than 380 miles inside Russia itself.
In the news report, you heard them use settlements. So let's talk about what settlements are. Small communities or villages where people live. Russian troops attacked small settlements near the border.
Ukraine's shock counter-invasion catching the Kremlin and Putin's army totally off guard.
Let's talk about counter invasion. Anytime you hear counter in English, think the opposite. So a counter invasion is an attack in response to an invasion, aiming to take back control. When we use the verb invasion, that means troops go over the border into another country. Russia invaded Ukraine first, so they could have a counter invasion where their soldiers cross the border and go into Russia. Right at the bottom, let's look at a sentence. Ukraine launched a counter invasion to regain the land taken by Russia. Invade is a verb that is often used in war, but it's not the only time we use invade. Animals could invade your house. That's the verb. The noun is invasion. You could have an invasion of ants inside your house. Let's use it in a sentence. You could have an invasion of ants inside your apartment. I hope that is not true for you, but I will take an invasion of ants in my house or apartment any day over soldiers invading my house. My heart truly goes out to anyone living in this region and having to deal with this war. I am so sorry. They talked about catching somebody off guard. Let's talk about what that means in English. To surprise someone who is not ready. And in the picture, I have 2 people who look like they have been caught off guard. Here's a sentence. Ukraine caught the Russian army off guard with a sudden attack.
Ukraine's shock counter-invasion catching the Kremlin and Putin's army totally off guard. Now they're trying to rush men, munitions into place to try and drive the Ukrainians out.
In the news report, you heard them talk about the verb rush, and that means to move quickly towards something. In this news story, they could have used it in a sentence like this. Ukrainian soldiers rushed to defend their positions from the Russian forces. But in normal everyday English, you might hear rush hour, which is the opposite of moving quickly. If you look at that picture, let me make it a little bigger for you. You can see a big city and there are cars that aren't moving. During rush hour, you might be at a standstill in your car. It's another way to say you are not moving. It's hard to get around New York City during rush hour. And most of the time in large cities, you will have rush hour twice a day. Maybe at 9 a.m. when everyone is trying to get to work, and maybe again at 5 p.m. when everyone is trying to get home.
Ukraine's shock counter-invasion catching the Kremlin and Putin's army totally off guard. Now they're trying to rush men, munitions into place to try and drive the Ukrainians out.
You also heard munitions. Munitions. What are those? Military weapons, ammunition, and supply. We should probably talk about what ammunition is. It's just one kind of a munition. Ammunition is something like bullets or rockets that could be put into guns. Here is munitions used in a sentence. Ukraine received more munitions to fight against Russia. Let's get into a couple difficult phrasal verbs. Drive out. Now, you might know the verb drive You could do it in a car, but drive out is a little different. It means to force someone to leave a place. If you think about those ants in your house, hopefully you can drive them out. You can get rid of them. Another phrasal verb. You can force them to leave. Maybe you use some kind of bug spray. But drive out, force out, they both mean the same thing. Let's look at the definition. To force someone to leave a place. Ukrainian forces are trying to drive out the Russian soldiers from their land. Russian soldiers. Not easy to say. They also used this phrasal verb, dig in. What does that mean? To prepare to defend a position for a long time. And remember, dig is an irregular verb. So the past tense is dug in. Soldiers might dig in to an area, and we might call those things trenches that they are in. Here's a sentence. The Russian army dug in, preparing for a long battle.
Now they're trying to rush men, munitions into place to try and drive the Ukrainians out. There is some sign of Ukrainian forces starting to dig in while others are trying to advance, with fierce firefights reported. Senior Russian military officials now vowing to launch an all-out offensive to drive the Ukrainians out. But this has been a major blow to Putin and his war plan in Ukraine.
Oh boy. Here is a good adjective to know in English. Fierce. Fierce. If something is fierce, it's very strong or intense. Take a look at that animal in the picture. Looks like a wolf to me. I would not want to see this wolf in the woods if I was walking by. Looks pretty fierce. It looks like it could hurt me. There was fierce fighting between Ukraine and Russia near the border. You heard them say vowing. Let's talk about that verb. It means promising to do something strongly and seriously, like really seriously. In English, maybe you can see those two people in the picture. It looks like they are getting married. During a marriage ceremony in English, most of the time, the couple will give vows to each other. They'll have marriage vows. It's like a promise. You might hear them say, to love you in good times and in bad. So let's take a look at a sentence using vowing. Ukraine's president is vowing to defend the country at all costs. It means no matter what, he is vowing to make sure the country is defended. Also in English, we say President Zelensky for the Ukrainian president. It's probably different in Ukrainian. And we pronounce President Putin in English, the Russian president.
But this has been a major blow to Putin and his war plan in Ukraine. And I think two key questions. One, can Ukraine hold on to the territory, or can Vladimir Putin reassert control of his own backyard?
What is a major blow in English? Blow is a very difficult verb. There are a lot of English phrasal verbs that use blow, blow up, blow out. But a major blow is a little different. Let's talk about what it is. A serious and damaging event or action. The loss of territory was a major blow to Russia's control in the region. How about this sentence using major blow? Losing her job last week was a major blow. You can imagine when somebody loses their job and they didn't expect it. They could lose their money, they could lose their house, they could lose their car if they have it. It could be a major blow to someone if they lose their job. Here is maybe the most difficult one. Reassert control of his backyard. So they were talking about President Putin when they said this. Anytime you see re at the beginning of a word, think again. Let's say you tied your shoes in the morning before you left for work, but sometime during the day, they became untied. Well, you are going to have to retie them, meaning tie them again. Maybe you were reading a book in English, but it was a little confusing. So you have to reread it. You read it again. So reassert. I have a picture of that guy. It's the best I could do, but it looks like he's mad. So if you have to reassert something, you're probably going to be mad. If you assert something, it means you show like you have power. So let's look at the official definition. To regain control over an area close to one's own country. So at one time, you can imagine President Putin had a lot of control over the border of Russia. He's losing some of that control because Ukrainian soldiers are invading. To reassert control in your backyard, it's exactly like the definition says. It's like part of your own country. That's what they're saying for backyard. It's an idiom. So let's put it all together in this sentence. Vladimir Putin is trying to reassert control of his backyard by keeping influence over Ukraine. We ended on the most difficult one. I hope you have learned a lot of English. If you're looking for more English lessons, there's like over 2 hours of English lessons there for you. Thank you so much for watching. See you next time. If you clicked on this video, that probably means 3 things. You are trying to improve your English, you like learning about world news, and maybe you are studying for the IELTS or TOEFL exams. In today's English lesson, we will be looking at a news story about how Russian jets and Chinese jets flew very close to the United States of America. I don't know about you, but there is already a lot of war in the world. I would hate for this conflict to get started. I'm going to begin today's English lesson by reading you a news story in simple English, and then we will look at some difficult vocabulary words, English idioms, and English phrasal verbs that will help you as you study English. It's going to be pretty advanced, so you may want to watch this lesson 2 or 3 times. Here is what happened in simple English. I will make it bigger so you can see and I can actually read it. Recently, Russian and Chinese military airplanes flew close to Alaska. They entered an area called the Alaskan Air Defense Identification Zone, which is a special zone where the US and Canada watch for planes. However, the planes did not enter the main airspace of the US or Canada, which means they did not go into the areas directly controlled by these countries. In response, NORAD, which is a defense group for North America, sent out fighter jets to check on the Russian and Chinese planes. The US and Canadian jets made sure the situation was safe and that the planes were not a threat. This kind of flight is a common event and happens several times a year. This time was special because it was the first time Russian and Chinese bombers flew together near US territory. Maybe the first thing we should talk about is where in the world is this located? The article mentioned Alaska. That is one of the 50 states of the United States, and it is the closest to Russia. Take a look at how close the 2 territories are. The tip of Alaska is only about 53 miles away from Russia, or about 85.29 kilometers. That's pretty close. And I'm not sure if you know this, but about 200 years ago, the United States actually bought Alaska from Russia. At one time, Alaska was part of Russia. Let's get into some advanced words that you might see if you are watching the news in English or reading the news in English. The first word is aircraft. Aircraft just talks about a vehicle that flies like an airplane or a jet. Chinese and Russian aircraft flew near Alaska. The next one we should talk about is airspace. And right below, I will have a definition for you, and I will use that term in a sentence. What is airspace? It's the sky above a country. The planes stayed in international airspace. Oh no. International, that might be a word you don't know, so let's talk about it. Also, if you are enjoying this English lesson, please don't forget to hit that like button. And if you haven't subscribed, please go ahead and subscribe so you never miss another English lesson. International, that means involving more than one country. The planes were flying in international airspace, which is perfect, right? If the planes had gone into the airspace over Canada or the United States, we might have had trouble. Speaking of international, have you heard of the International Space Station? It's quite a mouthful. So in English, we often just say the ISS, but the International Space Station, or the ISS, flew over my house last night. And the reason we call it international is because more than one country is involved in the International Space Station. Countries involved in the ISS are the US, Russia, Japan, Canada, and the European Union. This next one might be difficult to pronounce, so I will say it a couple times. Sovereign. Sovereign. What does it mean? It means having power over itself. So the US is a sovereign nation. The planes did not enter US sovereign airspace. So that's combining a couple terms we've talked about. The airspace above the US, that's sovereign. Other countries cannot fly into US airspace without permission. We talked about aircraft earlier. Well, one type of aircraft is a bomber. Take a look below. A bomber is pretty much what it sounds like. It's a plane that drops bombs. The Russian bombers were flying over Russian airspace. Tensions. I hope you don't have these in your own life, but you can have political tensions. That usually means tensions between two or more countries, or you could have social tensions. Maybe you and your spouse are having a little bit of a fight. Maybe you and your friends are not getting along. Tensions. It's a situation where there is a lot of disagreement or conflict. Here is a sentence using tensions. The tensions between the two countries increased after the incident. This next one has a couple different meanings. The word is joint, and we will talk about 3 different ways Americans will use this word. The first one, it comes from this news story. Joint means done together by more than one group. It was a joint flight by Russia and China. So they were working together. It was a joint mission. Here's my favorite type of joint. It's a place, often a restaurant, bar, or venue that is not fancy. Let's grab some food at that new pizza joint. The burger joint down the street is good too. Okay, be careful with this one. If somebody offers you a joint in English, they're probably talking about this: a marijuana cigarette or a rolled cigarette containing marijuana. They smoked a joint at the party. This next word also has a couple different meanings. We will talk about 2 meanings for the word monitor. It might mean to watch closely. The US military monitors the skies over Alaska. And you can imagine they are monitoring those skies even more closely now that Russian and Chinese jets have flown close by. What about this one? Maybe you have an older dog and you might be monitoring that dog's health. As dogs get older, they become less healthy. Here's a sentence. They are monitoring the old dog's health. But you could also have a monitor, like maybe you are watching this English lesson on a monitor. It's a display used to show images or information, maybe like a computer monitor. Here's a sentence. I bought a new monitor for my computer. Earlier in the lesson, I read about NORAD. Let's talk about what NORAD is. First of all, it's an acronym, meaning each letter in NORAD represents an actual word. It stands for North American Aerospace Defense Command. My goodness, that is a lot to say, which is why we always say NORAD. Now let's talk about what it is. A joint, you know that word now, hopefully, a joint military organization between the US and Canada to protect the country's airspace. NORAD involves both the US and Canada, and it is designed to make sure both of the countries stay safe. Intercept. You can intercept some communication. You could intercept some mail. You could intercept a phone call. Intercept means to stop something before it arrives. US and Canadian jets intercepted the Russian and Chinese jets. It basically means the US and Canada stopped those jets before they could enter US airspace. Escalate is a verb that we hope doesn't happen in this situation, and it means to make a situation more serious. Thankfully, the situation did not escalate tension between the two countries. So you can see in that picture, one person is very upset. I don't think the US and Russia are getting along very well, but luckily it's not escalating into a war or anything like that. Hopefully that never happens. In everyday English, you might hear of an escalator. You might see an escalator at the airport or a store that has 2 floors. An escalator will bring you up. Just like escalate means to make the tension more serious. You know how native English speakers love to use English idioms, so let's talk about a couple you might see while watching the news in English. And what makes idioms so difficult is that you can't translate them. You might know what the word clear means, you might know what the word air means, but put them together and you have an English idiom that really doesn't translate at all. What does it mean? It means remove doubts or misunderstandings. In the picture, it looks like a man has made his wife upset, and maybe he is trying to apologize. Maybe he is trying to explain what he did. Let's talk about our news story. The military cleared the air about the incident. The problems were resolved. So, luckily, this incident didn't start World War III. I think we can all be thankful for that. But it was a close call. What does that mean? A situation where something bad almost happened. And you can see the look on that woman's face. It was a close call. You might be very scared for just a second, and then luckily the bad thing doesn't happen. Here's a sentence using close call. It was a close call, but the planes stayed in international airspace. And in the picture, you can see 2 fighter jets coming very close to hitting each other. That was a close call. Luckily, they did not collide. Do you know that word collide, meaning 2 things hit each other or bump into each other? 2 cars may collide on the street, and then you have what we call an accident in English. Please let me know in the comments, have you ever been in an accident? I've been in a couple, and it wasn't fun, and it cost me a lot of money. Under the radar is another idiom I would like to talk about. Now, if you literally translate radar, it's like the picture. The military might use radar to track planes. But of course, this is an idiom and it has nothing to do with that kind of radar. Under the radar means not easily noticed. The planes did not go under the radar. NORAD saw the planes were flying close to US airspace. The military noticed them. Here's an example of under the radar that I say quite a bit at work. I try to stay under the radar at work. I don't want my boss to get mad at me. I try to stay calm and out of the way at my school. Now let's talk about those pesky English phrasal verbs. Native English speakers love to use them, and I can guarantee you will see them on the IELTS or the TOEFL exams. Look into. Now, you may know the verb look. It's pretty common, but add into. Now you have an English phrasal verb. Look into means to investigate or examine. And in the picture, you can see that person using what we call a magnifying glass to get a closer look at the paper. And that's what look into means, to investigate or examine, to take a closer look at. Here is a sentence. The authorities are looking into the incident. Here's another sentence. I am looking into a local English class in my town. But the great thing about watching me on YouTube is you don't have to leave your house at all. It's like you're in my classroom right now. Another English phrasal verb, back off. Maybe you know the part of the body called the back in English. It's right back there. But back off has nothing to do with that part of the body. Back off means to move away from a situation. The US jets backed off once the Russian and Chinese jets left the area. How about this English phrasal verb, follow up? Follow up means to do something or check on a previous action. The military will follow up on this incident. It means they won't forget about it. They will investigate it further. You might use follow up with your boss at work. I need to follow up with my boss to see if I can get the day off. Maybe you mentioned it to your boss earlier in the week, and then you want to follow up. You want to ask them again if taking the day off is okay. I want to thank you for watching until the end. It was a difficult English lesson. If you are looking for more English lessons with the news, right down there is over 2.5 hours of English using news stories. If you clicked on this English lesson, that means one of three things. You are trying to improve your English, you like learning about world news, and you are taking the IELTS or the TOEFL exams. Maybe all three of those are true. In today's English lesson, we will discuss the assassination of a powerful world leader. As always, I will not give my opinion. I am just the teacher, but we will talk about difficult vocabulary words you might hear if you are watching the news. We'll talk about some English idioms you might see on the IELTS or TOEFL exam, but they also appear in the news. And we'll talk about one pesky phrasal verb. All of the information we talk about today can be found in the description below if you want to use it as a sort of study guide. Let's get right into it. I am going to read a summary of the news article. All of the words you see in dark black are words we will talk about later in the lesson. A recent news story reported that a leader of Hamas was killed in an airstrike. The attack took place at a compound after the military gathered intelligence. The event led to casualties and has made the situation more serious. With concerns about possible retaliation, some countries are thinking about sanctions in response. One thing we should probably discuss at the beginning is what is Hamas in simple English? Hamas is a group that controls the Gaza Strip, a small area in the Middle East. It is known for being involved in conflicts with Israel and has a militant wing that conducts attacks. Many countries, including the United States and the European Union, consider Hamas a terrorist organization. They also provide social services like schools and hospitals in Gaza. Hamas wants to establish an Islamic state in what they see as historic Palestine, including Israel. This is a headline you might see on the internet. Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh is killed in Iran by an alleged Israeli strike, threatening escalation. We should probably talk about who Ismail Haniyeh is. Ismail Haniyeh is a senior leader in Hamas, a group based in the Gaza Strip. He has held many different important positions, including being the prime minister of the Palestinian Authority and a key political figure in the region. Ismail Haniyeh is known for his leadership role within Hamas and his influence in Gaza politics. For each term we talk about, I will have a simple definition and I will also use that term in an example sentence. Hamas. Again, here is the definition. A group in the Middle East that controls the Gaza Strip and often has conflicts with Israel. Hamas is known for its militant activities and political control in Gaza. Militant. We will talk about that in a minute. It sounds kind of like military, doesn't it? A lot of times when you are reading news articles or watching TV in English, you will hear intelligence. Now, that is different from someone who is intelligent or smart. Intelligence, in this case, is information gathered to help make decisions, often used in military or security contexts. The military used intelligence to plan the airstrike. So, this assassination just happened a few hours ago, so it's not known who exactly carried out this attack. We will talk about that phrasal verb later. But if it is Israel, they probably used intelligence to find out where he was, like using computers to find out information. Another word you might see when reading the news in English is unfortunately casualties. Casualties, people who are injured or killed in an event like a conflict or an accident. So the attack not only killed Ismail Haniyeh, but the airstrike also led to several casualties. Other people were also injured. You can't read or listen to the news for very long without hearing this word, retaliation. Retaliation, what does that mean? An action taken in response to harm or an attack. So you can imagine if the leader or one of the leaders of Hamas was killed or assassinated, Hamas is going to retaliate. They are probably going to try to hit Israel back. Here is a sentence using retaliation. The group promised retaliation after the leader was killed. We've been talking a lot about the Gaza Strip, at least that's what we call the area in English. Just in case you don't know, the Gaza Strip is a small piece of land in the Middle East controlled by Hamas. It's like right next to Israel, bordering Israel and Egypt. The Gaza Strip often experiences conflict and tension. If you have seen some of my other English lessons using the news, we've talked about both conflict and tension. What is the Middle East in English? Hopefully that map will help you, but I think this definition will help as well. The Middle East is a region that includes countries like Israel, Egypt, and Iran, known for its complex political and cultural history. Complex means it's very hard to understand. There are so many friends and enemies in the region, it can get pretty confusing. Here is a sentence using the term the Middle East. The Middle East has many ongoing conflicts or fights. If you are learning lots of English from this video, do you mind hitting that like button? It helps others find the channel. And if you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? Please go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Militant wing. We have talked about this. I mentioned that militant sounds like military or the army or soldiers. So think about that when you hear militant wing. What is it? It's a part of an organization that engages in fighting or violent actions. So earlier we talked about how Hamas will create hospitals or schools, but there's also a militant wing of Hamas. And that part of Hamas is in charge of fighting. The militant wing of Hamas is responsible for many attacks. Okay, this is a tricky one. Terrorist organization. What is it? It's a group that uses violence to achieve political goals and is labeled as such by various countries. Many countries consider Hamas a terrorist organization. So be careful. In English, we have this saying, one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter. There are some people in the world that don't consider Hamas a terrorist organization. Some people believe that Hamas or the fighters in Hamas or the politicians of Hamas are trying to win freedom for a group of people. And some people might call those people Palestinians. Islamic State, that adjective, Islam, Muslim, think of that religion. What is an Islamic State? It's a government or region governed by Islamic law, often sought by groups with political and religious motives. So the government would be both political and religious. Hamas hopes to create an Islamic State in the region. You will see this word a lot when reading the news in English. Alleged. Alleged. It's a term people love to use when a person or a group hasn't been found guilty yet. Like maybe it happened. Maybe they did the crime. So here's the official definition. Claimed or supposed. Maybe, but not proven. Might not be true. The alleged leader of the group was targeted in the airstrike. We need to talk about airstrike. It's coming up soon. Assassination. I have talked about this before. Our former president in the United States had an attempted assassination on him, President Trump. What is an assassination? Well, it's a killing. It's a killing, but not just of anybody. It's somebody special. Killing a famous person for political reasons. The assassination of the Hamas leader shocked the region. In a lot of the news articles I've been reading, I've seen this word, compound. Compound has a few meanings in English, but when we're talking about this story, it means a group of buildings enclosed by a fence. The compound was believed to house several high-ranking officials. You probably know the noun house, but we also have a verb, housed. That means like somebody is staying in a building. Airstrike. I've said this a couple times. What is it? A military attack from the air. The airstrike targeted a key Hamas compound. All right, we need to do it. English idioms. These things are tricky in hot water. You probably know what water is, and you probably know what hot is. But the idiom in hot water has nothing to do with hot water. You can't translate these idioms. In hot water, that means like somebody is in trouble. Israel finds itself in hot water after the assassination. Remember, we talked about retaliation. Israel can be expecting some retaliation from Hamas and who knows, maybe some other countries in the region. The ball is in your court. Another idiom. When I hear this, I think of basketball, just like the pitcher. But no, it has nothing to do with basketball. It means it's your decision now. After the airstrike, the ball is in Iran's court. It is their decision to retaliate or not. And I just used Iran as one example. There are other examples of who might retaliate. Midnight oil. You probably know what midnight is, very, very late at night. You probably know what oil is. It's dark, black. You put it in a car to make it run better. In the picture, there are what we call oil derricks, but burning the midnight oil has nothing to do with that. It means staying up late, working or studying. The team burned the midnight oil to analyze the situation. You can imagine a lot of people in charge in Israel or in charge of Hamas. They are burning the midnight oil. They're not sleeping a lot. They are probably planning for their next action. All right, phrasal verbs. I only have one for you in this English lesson, but it is carry out. What does that mean? It means to perform or complete a task. The military carried out the airstrike early in the morning. I would say I hope you have enjoyed this English lesson, but it was pretty grim. We talked about a lot of violence. So instead, I will say I hope you have found this English lesson useful. If you are looking for more English lessons like this with the news, right down there is over 2 hours of English with the news. Thank you so much for watching. See you next time. Well. Thank you so much for clicking on this English lesson. I know there are a lot of good teachers on YouTube, and you picked to watch me. Today, you are going to improve your English by reading an article, a pretty advanced article. And with that article, we are going to talk about some difficult vocabulary words you might see on the IELTS and TOEFL exam. We'll also talk about some English idioms and those pesky English phrasal verbs. Yeah, I have broke out, significant, blaze, favela, key. A couple different ways to use key, and many more. There should be at least 15 different terms, phrasal verbs, and idioms. And this story is about a fire that broke out. We will talk about that English phrasal verb in a minute. But a fire that broke out in a favela that I visited in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, 4 or 5 months ago. A subscriber, a friend, her name is Sita. I met her there, and she took me on a tour of this favela. I will leave a link to that English lesson at the end of this video. My wife Jamie and I went. We had an amazing time. I thought I knew what a favela was, but after spending the day there, my mind was changed. We visited a bar at the top of a mountain in the favela, one of the most beautiful scenes in all of Rio. And unfortunately, that bar was damaged, was destroyed by a fire last week. If you are Brazilian and you would like to donate to help rebuild that bar, I have a link in the description. But on behalf of all the subscribers and viewers of this channel, I have donated 100 American dollars to try to help rebuild that bar and a library that was also destroyed. We will talk more about that in just a minute. But it was a total loss. We might use that term, meaning nothing was able to be saved. And that bar at the top of that mountain had a lot of interesting little items, some of them very old. There was a soccer card of Pele, at least that's how we say his name in English, one of the most famous soccer players in the world. And I'm wearing my Botafogo jersey. That is a soccer team in Rio. I don't think Pele played for that team. Normally for these types of lessons, I like to watch a news clip. Unfortunately, all of the news clips that I saw about this story were in Portuguese. I do not speak Portuguese. You did not click on this video to learn Portuguese. So what I did was I asked AI, hey, please read all of the news articles you can find about this fire, combine them, and then translate them into English for me. So let's do it. I am going to read through this paragraph. That is an English phrasal verb, meaning I am not going to stop. Hopefully, I will not make any mistakes. Fire devastated Rio de Janeiro's PPG favela. On August 7th, 2024, a fire broke out in the PBG. There is no way I'm going to try to pronounce that. I'm an English teacher. I cannot pronounce that in Portuguese. Sorry. The PPG favela in Rio de Janeiro causing significant damage to the area. The blaze, which started around 11 a.m. in the upper part of the favela, quickly spread due to high temperatures, strong winds, and dry conditions. By noon, the flames had reached several key community landmarks, including a community library, a vital social project that has served the local children for over a decade. So after reading that part of the article, they did use breakout to talk about what happened with the fire. So right at the bottom, take a look. Broke out is the past tense of breakout. It is an irregular verb, break. It means something that started suddenly, usually unexpected or intense. So you did not know it was going to happen, and it was like really strong. This can be used for things like a fire, a fight, or a disease. I've been teaching in a classroom for over 20 years, and yes, I think I have had a fight break out in my classroom once or twice. Yes, at least once or twice. That fire in the favela started really suddenly. People didn't know it was going to happen. Yeah, back in 2020, we used breakout a lot when we talked about the coronavirus. There was a breakout of COVID-19 in California. But if you look at the picture for breakout, I haven't mentioned this example at all. Look at that poor guy. He looks like a teenager, and on his face, he has something we call in English zits. This happens to a lot of teenagers, a lot of adults too. Sometimes I will break out in some zits, unfortunately. I thought once you started to go bald, you should no longer get zits, but I was wrong. Here is a sentence using breakout with zits. The teenager was upset when a breakout of zits appeared all over his face right before the big event. Who knows? Maybe he was going to prom. If you want to know a little bit more about the prom, I will leave an English lesson I did about the prom. It's a big event in high school. If you ever visit England and you have to speak British English, I don't think they use zits there. I think they use spots. What about this sentence? A fire broke out in the building last night. A fight broke out between the two teams after the game. And a new disease broke out in the city last year. In that article, they used the word significant. Significant. Maybe a little tough to pronounce. What is it? For each of these terms, I will have a definition for you, hopefully one that is simple enough to understand, and I will use that word in a sentence. Significant, important, or large enough to make a difference. The fire in the PPG favela caused significant damage to the community. They also use the word blaze. So you might know fire. We've already talked about that one. But another word for fire can be blaze. A large and strong fire. That is what a blaze is. Firefighters struggled to control the blaze that spread quickly through the favela. I've used that word favela a lot. I'm going to read the definition, but then I'm going to talk about it a little bit. What is a favela? A poor area in a Brazilian city where many houses are built very closely together. So yes, a lot of people are living in a small space, but when they say a poor area, that would say that everybody in the favela does not have a lot of money. And I would say that is true for a lot of people, but not everyone who lives in the favela doesn't have money. In fact, I know there are people who live in a favela and they are quite well off. We might use that term to describe somebody who has quite a bit of money, maybe even rich. The PPG favela in Rio de Janeiro is home to many families. Okay, be careful of this word, key. It can be used in a couple different ways. If you know the word key, you probably already know this one. Small tool to open a door. There's a picture there. Not too difficult, right? The residents use their house keys to quickly lock their doors before fleeing from the fire. I don't have this term, but let's talk about looters. Looters. What are looters? Those are people who come into an area to steal things after a disaster has happened. So if people have had to leave their homes, some criminals, some bad guys will come in and try to steal from the people who have already had something bad happen to the area in which they live. But key can also mean important, very important, or necessary. The library was a key place in the favela, helping many children with their studies. And I was quite happy to be able to donate some money to the favela in hopes of them being able to rebuild their library. And it's all because of you, because you have subscribed, because you have liked the English lessons you have seen. So please, don't forget to like this one and subscribe. Vital. They mentioned that word. What does that mean? Extremely important or necessary? It was vital for firefighters to reach the fire quickly to save lives. Now, my friend Sita shared a few videos of this fire. I will share them with you now.
O foco aí, o ninho das águias. Olha como tá o ninho. O ninho das águias, olha. Ainda estourou o cano com o fogo. Estourou o cano. A água nem tá conseguindo chegar aqui direito.
In her messages to me, she did say, unfortunately, one little girl died because of smoke inhalation. That's a hard one. When you inhale something, you bring it in through your nose or your mouth. So think of the fire, think of the smoke. It's really hard to breathe when you are around smoke. So smoke inhalation means you have inhaled too much smoke. So it is possible that a little girl did die. I could not see that in any of the news reports that I read in a translated form, but CETA said that a little girl did die, which is incredibly tragic. But you could also have your vitals, your vitals. And if you look at that picture, think of a hospital. You might see this in a hospital where doctors are making sure the patient is breathing. They're making sure that their heart is beating. So a doctor may check your vitals to see if you are healthy. And your vitals are things that are keeping you alive. Your heartbeat, your breathing, maybe your oxygen level. That is the air that we breathe in. Yeah, and unfortunately, without oxygen, you would die. Ugh, horrible stuff. Let's move on. That's not fun to talk about. Decade. What is a decade? It's a period of 10 years. And in the picture, you can see the 1940s. My parents were both born in the decade of the 1940s. The community library in the favela has been helping children for over a decade. So, what a terrible thing. A place where children would go to learn, to improve their lives, was destroyed by this fire. Hopefully, it can be rebuilt really quickly. Let's continue reading the article. Firefighters were immediately called to the scene, but faced significant challenges due to the difficult terrain, the large amount of trash in the area, which had accumulated due to years of inadequate waste management. Local residents bravely assisted the firefighters by using their water reserves to try and contain the fire. Despite their efforts, the fire destroyed several structures, including a beloved local bar and a section of the community's forested area. Yeah, that's a tough one, right? Difficult terrain. I want to talk about that for a minute. When you see terrain, think of land, think of the earth. And I think the difficult terrain they are talking about is that it was literally on a mountain. There's pretty much only one way to get into the favela and one way to get out. And a lot of the buildings or structures are very close together. So if you are trying to get a fire truck into a part of the favela, it might be tough because there might only be walkways. There isn't a way to get a car into that area. We talked about trash accumulating. What does that mean? Take a look at that picture. Looks like a lot of clothes have accumulated in that room. It means gathered or collected over time. Trash had accumulated in the favela, making the fire spread faster. I live in a state called Maine. It is very close to Canada. We get a lot of snow in the winter. Here is a sentence. Where I live in Maine, snow can accumulate very quickly. And let me just describe a couple things in that picture. It does look like snow has accumulated, but it also looks like there is a walkway in the middle of that picture. And it seems like somebody has come out to shovel already. Shovel can be a noun. You probably know that. I will put a picture up of a shovel, but it can also be a verb, something you do. I shoveled the snow off the walkway. Right down there, I will read. Snow had accumulated on the walkway, and someone came to shovel it off. Phrasal verb, shovel off. You can shovel off a walkway. The article also mentioned inadequate. What does that mean? Not enough or not good enough. The food was inadequate for the large group of people. And if you look at that picture, I will make it a little bigger. I mean, there is quite a bit of food on that table. Probably could feed a lot of people. But if you are trying to feed an entire village or an entire city, that amount of food would be inadequate. Not everybody would get to eat. Not too long ago, I did an English lesson about sleep. And if you get an inadequate amount of sleep each night, you are going to wake up tired. It's not enough sleep for you. Reserves. Reserves. Take a look at the picture. I asked AI to create a picture of a favela with water tanks. And you will see this in real favelas, not just AI generated ones, but there are blue pails, maybe even we would call them buckets. They are huge and they are on top of a lot of the houses in the favela, and they hold water. They hold it in reserve. So what does reserve mean? A supply of something that is kept for later use. Residents use their water reserves to help put out the fire. Let's continue reading. Miraculously, no human lives were lost, although some pets were tragically caught in the fire. The cause of the fire is still under investigation, and authorities have urged caution as they continue to monitor the area for potential flare-ups. All right, let's talk about those three words that were pretty difficult in that paragraph. Miraculously. It comes from the word miracle. Miraculously, in a way that is very surprising or difficult to believe, especially because it seems like a miracle, like really, really good luck. You can't believe it happened. Because the fire started so quickly, it was a miracle that nobody was killed. Even though, like I said earlier, it is possible a little girl was killed. So you could say it's a miracle more people weren't killed. How about this sentence? Miraculously, no one was hurt in the fire, even though many buildings were destroyed. Urged. We have a verb here. It's something you do. Strongly encouraged or advised someone to do something. I urge you to study your English every day. Authorities. Those are people who are in charge. Authorities urged residents to stay calm and follow safety instructions during the fire. Okay, we read that first paragraph. Look down there. I'm going to start reading the second paragraph. This incident has reignited discussions about the need for better public services and environmental education in favelas. Community members, while grieving their losses, are also calling for stronger government action to prevent such disasters in the future. When they talk about better public services, that means using taxpayer money to come in and pay people to clean up the favela, to remove the trash, to take the trash to the bottom of the hill so the city can pick it up. They talked about trash accumulating as being a big factor as to why this fire spread so quickly. Reignited is something that we can use with fire. So if a fire starts, you can say that it ignites. And in the picture, it looks like two matches have ignited a flame. But when you have re in front of a word, it means again. So reignited means started again, especially after being stopped for a while. The fire reignited discussions about the need for better services in the favelas. So in that sentence, it has nothing to do with fire. Maybe 5 years ago, there was talk about getting better services for the favela, but then the talk stopped. After this fire, people started talking about it again. So the fire reignited the discussion, the talk. But let's use reignite with fire. Firefighters put out the fire, but a lightning strike reignited it. And in the picture, you can see a lightning strike. There might be some thunder after. That's the noise that comes after lightning, thunder. But that picture is not in a favela. Looks like it might be in a desert. Let's read this paragraph. This tragedy serves as a reminder of the vulnerability. Tough one right there, right? The vulnerability of communities like PPG and the importance of collective action in the face of environmental challenges. In some of the articles that I read that were translated, they did talk about something called global warming in English. This might get a little political, so I will be brief. Some people say the earth is getting warmer and it's getting drier. I've spoken to my Brazilian friends like Cita, and she says the summers in Brazil are really, really hot. Now, when this fire started in August, it's actually not summer in Brazil. In most of the world, that is probably a summer month, but in Brazil, it's like spring or maybe still winter. But it doesn't get cool in Brazil like it used to. Things are dry, so the fire was able to spread really quickly. Vulnerability. Vulnerability. Let's talk about the word vulnerable. It means that it can be hurt easily. Think of little babies. They are vulnerable. They can't defend themselves. Older people can sometimes be vulnerable. They are a little weaker. They're not as strong as us young people. Vulnerability. Let's get an official definition. The state of being open to harm or damage. The fire showed the vulnerability of the favela, where people live in very difficult conditions. They also talked about collective action. Collective action. Look at all those hands in the picture. Many people are involved. When a group of people work together to achieve a common goal, everybody is working together to get one thing done. The residents took collective action to fight the fire and protect their community. Okay, not exactly a fun topic to talk about, but I hope your English is now a little better. Right below there is where I visited the favela. Right up there is an English lesson I did about sleep. Thank you so much for watching. See you next time. By the end of today's English lesson, your English is going to be a little bit better and you are going to know more about the American government. This English lesson is going to be great if you plan on taking the IELTS or TOEFL exam. If you want to understand a little bit more about how the United States works, but the biggest thing we are going to discuss is what is a vice president? Why do we have one? Who are the two men running for vice president? And we will look at some news clips and learn some English from those. I will slow them down a little bit for you, and there will be subtitles on the screen. This lesson is designed to help you speak, read, listen, and write better in English. Also, if you ever want to become a US citizen, some of this information will be helpful because there is a test that you need to take that proves you know something about the American government. In November, the American citizens will be going to the polls and vote for president. You probably know Donald Trump and you probably know Kamala Harris, but do you know the two men that they are running with? Well, let's talk about them and let's talk about what their main job is going to be. They have a few jobs. One is being president of the Senate. We will talk about that in another English lesson, but their main job is to be ready in case anything bad happens to the president. Our current vice president is in the picture. Her name is Kamala Harris. If you know Joe Biden, you know he is pretty old. Hopefully nothing will happen to him. But if something bad happens to him between now and in January of 2025, Kamala Harris will become our president. I am recording this in August of 2024, and so far we have had 46 presidents. Unfortunately, 9 vice presidents have had to take over for the president. 8 times because the president died in office, and 1 time because the president quit. You may know back in the 1960s, we had a president. His name was John F. Kennedy. He was assassinated. In other words, somebody killed him. And so the vice president took over. He became the president, and his name was Lyndon B. Johnson. Also in 1974, we had a president, Richard Nixon. He got caught doing some bad things, and he said, I need to resign. I am no longer going to be president. So his vice president, Gerald Ford, then became our new president.
I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow. Vice President Ford will be sworn in as president at that hour in this office.
Let's talk about the ticket. So 2 people want to become president. One is a Republican. His name is Donald Trump, and he picked a guy named J.D. Vance to be his vice president. Kamala Harris is running for the Democrats, and she picked a guy named Tim Walz to become her vice president. They run on something called a ticket, and there is a picture of the 2 of them. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are running on the Democratic ticket, and Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are running on the Republican ticket. When Americans go to the polls in November, once they vote for Donald Trump, they automatically vote for J.D. Vance. If they vote for Kamala Harris, they automatically vote for Tim Walz. Because Donald Trump picked his vice presidential running mate first, let's talk about J.D. Vance first. I have a mini biography for you, a little bit about his life. His full name is James David Vance. He was born on August 2nd, 1984. That makes him 39 years old. He's from the state of Ohio. Let's talk a little bit about the state of Ohio. You can see it right there in the picture. It's not that far from the big city of Chicago, not too far from New York City. It's on the eastern part of the country. Let's read this together. Ohio is a state in the Midwest region of the United States. It has a mix of cities, farms, and factories. The capital city is Columbus. Ohio is known for its sports teams like the Cleveland Cavaliers. In basketball, you may have heard of a basketball player named LeBron James. Well, he is from Ohio and he played for the Cleveland Cavaliers. They are also known for the Ohio State Buckeyes and college football. It also has important rivers like the Ohio River, which helps with trade and transportation. J.D. Vance did not grow up in a big city like Columbus or Cleveland or Cincinnati. He grew up in the country. He grew up in a rural part of the state. We will talk about that a little later. A pretty poor part of the state where not a lot of other people live. His job currently is a U.S. Senator. J.D. Vance is a politician and author. He wrote a famous book called Hillbilly Elegy about growing up in a poor family in Ohio. He graduated from Yale Law School. He became a U.S. Senator in 2022 and is known for his conservative views. Conservative is another way to say Republican. I do have an entire video on the difference between Republicans and Democrats. I will leave a link to that at the end of this video. Now he is running to be Vice President of the United States with Donald Trump. So there is a picture of the cover of his book and a poster for the movie. Yes, he has both a book and a movie about his life. We will talk more about that later. He went to Yale Law School, one of the best law schools in the country. Yale Law School is located in Connecticut. Some people have trouble saying that state, Connecticut. And before we start talking about Tim Walz, can I ask for a huge favor? Please hit that like button. It really helps other people find the channel. And if you haven't subscribed, go ahead and subscribe so you never miss another English lesson. Also, if you would like to support the channel and become a member, I have over 100 bonus English lessons for members only. There is a link in the description to tell you more. There is a picture of Tim Walz, who is running with Kamala Harris. Let's learn a little bit more about him. His full name is Timothy James Walz. He was born on April 6th, 1964, which makes him 60 years old. He and Kamala Harris are about the same age. She is 59 years old, like right now, but in a couple months, she too will be 60 years old. He is from the state of Minnesota, and his current job is that he is the governor of Minnesota. You probably know we have 50 states and we have 50 governors. Each state has a governor. It's like the president of that state. They are the leader of that state. He is the leader of the state of Minnesota.
What would you call that an accent specifically?
Oh, Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You betcha.
It's so fun, yeah?
It was hard.
Started
doing it. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let's learn a little bit about his background. Tim Walz is the governor of Minnesota. Before becoming governor, he was a teacher and served in the U.S. Army. He was also a U.S. congressman for 12 years. So J.D. Vance is a senator. Tim Walz was a congressman. I definitely need to do an English lesson about Congress. If I talked about that here, this lesson would be like an hour long. Walz is known for his focus on education and healthcare. He is running to be vice president of the United States with Kamala Harris. Let's take a look at where Minnesota is located. It's in the middle of the country and it's really close to Canada. Here's a paragraph to help you with your English reading. Minnesota is a state in the northern part of the United States near Canada. It is called the land of the 10,000 lakes because it has many lakes, which are popular for fishing and boating. The capital city is St. Paul, and the largest city is Minneapolis. Minneapolis and St. Paul are two cities really close to each other. You might hear them sometimes called the Twin Cities. Minnesota is known for its cold winters and beautiful natural parks. It is also home to the Mall of America, one of the biggest shopping malls in the country. Now that you have a little background about both men, I would like to play a short news clip for you. This first one is about J.D. Vance. It's pretty advanced, so I've slowed it down for you. There are subtitles on the screen, and after the clip plays, we will talk about some of the hardest words.
Who is J.D. Vance? The 39-year-old from Ohio rose to prominence in 2016 with the release of his memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. A Netflix adaptation of the best-selling book would follow in 2020. Now, it tells the story of Senator Vance's impoverished childhood in the Appalachian Mountains of southern Ohio, where he was predominantly raised by his grandparents as his mother struggled with opioid addiction. He eventually joined the Marine Corps, won a scholarship to Yale Law School, and became a venture capitalist in San Francisco.
Okay, you heard them say rose to prominence. What does that mean? For each of these words and terms, I will have a definition and an example sentence for you. Rose to prominence means became well known or important. After his book was published, remember it's called Hillbilly Elegy, he quickly rose to prominence in the writing community. He became famous because of that book. And that book is a memoir. Memoir, it's French. It's a book or story where somebody writes about their own life experiences. Here's an example sentence. She wrote a memoir about her childhood and how she became a famous artist. Now, you might hear this term, autobiography. Autobiography. It's another type of book that somebody writes about their life, but an autobiography covers like their entire life. A memoir usually just talks about one small part of a person's life. Here's a big word that you might see on the IELTS or TOEFL exam: adaptation. Adaptation. When you see the word adapt, that has something to do with change. Adaptation is a noun, and it means a change made to something so it can fit a new use or situation. So J.D. Vance's book was adapted into a movie. It was changed a little bit. If you read a book, it might take 10 or 15 hours, and it only takes about 2 hours to watch a movie. So often books have to be adapted if they are going to be made into a movie. Here is a sentence using adaptation. The movie is an adaptation of a popular book. Impoverished, not a fun word to talk about. In the picture, you can see a person holding open their wallet, and that wallet is empty. It has no money. Impoverished means very poor, having little money or resources. The impoverished family struggled to buy food and pay for their home. J.D. Vance grew up in an impoverished situation. They said he grew up near the Appalachian Mountains. The Appalachian Mountains are a mountain chain on the eastern side of the United States. Let's get an official definition. A large mountain range in the eastern United States. Many people enjoy hiking in the Appalachian Mountains because of the beautiful views. Opioid addiction. Opioid addiction. What is an opioid addiction? It's a strong and harmful need to keep using drugs called opioids. One of the most famous opioid in English is something called heroin. Horrible, horrible stuff, I am told. And J.D. Vance's mom was addicted to opioids. Opioid addiction has become a serious problem in many small towns. J.D. Vance became a venture capitalist. Anytime you hear of somebody being a venture capitalist, there is a good chance they have a lot of money. A venture capitalist is a person who invests money in new businesses to help them grow. The venture capitalist decided to invest in a new technology company. We need to talk about hillbilly and elegy since that is the title of J.D. Vance's book. Hillbilly. It's a term mostly negative. Usually a bad term. You do not want to be called a hillbilly, but it's used to describe people from rural, mountainous areas. So areas away from the city in the mountains. Not a lot of people in rural areas. Guess what? Tim Walz comes from a rural area. We will talk more about rural in a minute. Often seen as uneducated. So hillbillies aren't usually very smart. Here's a sentence. Hillbillies often live in rural areas. And elegy. What is an elegy? It's a poem or a song that expresses sadness, usually for someone who has died. The singer performed an elegy in memory of his friend who passed away. Well, now that you know a little bit more about J.D. Vance, let's talk about Tim Walz, and let's watch this short news clip about him.
Just a few days ago, most Americans never heard of him. Senior White House correspondent Selena Wang has more on this former high school teacher, football coach, now competing to be America's next vice president.
Good morning, George. Governor Walz's rise to the Democratic ticket has been meteoric. In a matter of days, he went from being a relatively unknown politician to leading the party's attacks on Trump and J.D. Vance. And now he is racing to introduce himself to the American people.
Born and raised in rural Nebraska, Governor Tim Walz's journey to the Democratic ticket, anything but conventional.
I couldn't be prouder to be on this ticket.
Walz, a former high school social studies teacher, now a vice presidential candidate at 60 years old. He joined the Army National Guard at 17 to help pay for college, serving 24 years as an enlisted soldier while teaching in Minnesota.
Tim Walz was the kind of teacher and mentor that every child in America dreams of having.
They talked about a meteoric rise of Tim Walz. Meteoric. In the picture, I have a meteor. You might see meteors in the night sky zipping by. They're very fast and they go up, or it looks like they're going up in the sky. A meteoric rise, or something that is meteoric, happens very suddenly and very quickly, especially something that has become successful fast. So they're saying that Tim Walz became famous very quickly. Here is a sentence using meteoric. Her rise to fame was meteoric after she released her first hit song. We've talked about this so much, it's probably review now. Rural. Rural, think of it as the opposite of a city. The countryside rather than the city. She grew up in a rural area where most people work on farms. Now, Tim Walz is from Minnesota. We have talked about Minnesota, but he was born in a state called Nebraska. And if you look at that picture, it is smack dab in the middle of the country. Nebraska is a state in the central part of the United States, known for its large farmlands, lots of farms in Nebraska. It's very rural in Nebraska. Nebraska is famous for its cornfields and wide open spaces. Let's take a look at a picture of a cornfield. Lots and lots of corn in that field. So this one might be difficult. Anything but conventional. If something is conventional, it's pretty normal. If it's anything but conventional, it means it's very different from what is usual or normal. Unique is another way to say anything but conventional. His style of cooking is anything but conventional. He likes to mix in crazy ingredients. Tim Walz served in the Army National Guard. What is that? It's a little bit different from the Army. If someone is in the Army, they're in there full time. Like that is their main job. If you're in the Army National Guard, maybe you're a teacher and then you serve in the Army on the weekends. You usually have to do a couple weeks throughout the year, so it's not full time. Army National Guard, a military force in the United States that serves both the country and the individual states, often helping during emergencies like natural disasters. And you might hear the English phrasal verb call up when we talk about the Army National Guard. I live in a cold part of the country. Let's say we had a really bad snowstorm where I live, like really bad. The governor of my state could call up the Army National Guard. It's an emergency. We need extra people to help. All of those people who are in the National Guard, they might be teachers, they might be doctors, they might be lawyers, but when there is an emergency, they have to stop their regular job and help out with the Army National Guard. The Army National Guard was called up to help after the hurricane hit the coast. You also heard enlisted. What does that mean? Signed up to serve in the military. After high school, he enlisted in the Army to serve his country. Mentor. Take a look at that picture. You have an older person and two younger people in that picture. The older person is probably their mentor. What is a mentor? It is a person who guides and helps someone with less experience. I'm a teacher in a public school. A lot of times when a teacher is teaching in their first year, they will be signed a mentor. A teacher who has been teaching a while and can show them the ropes. Show them the ropes is an idiom meaning like show them how things work. Here's a sentence using mentor. She found a mentor at work who taught her how to be a better manager. If you are looking for more English, there is an English lesson I did about what is the difference between Democrats and Republicans. Thanks so much for watching. See you next time. Just yesterday, a major news story happened which just may decide our next president. A guy who we will talk about, his name is RFK Jr., dropped out of the race and endorsed President Trump, or should I say, former President Trump. Let's look at a sentence explaining what happened. Last night, RFK Jr. dropped out of the presidential race and endorsed former President Donald Trump. Why is this important? Who is this guy? Why is he important? In this English lesson, you will learn about American politics, American history, advanced vocabulary, English idioms, and those pesky English phrasal verbs. If that sounds interesting to you, please hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet, and let's get into this lesson. So, R.F. Kennedy Jr., or Robert Francis Kennedy Jr., was running for president. He no longer is, and he endorsed President Trump. If you have seen some of my other English videos, you know what endorsed means. If not, let me tell you. That means that that person now says, hey, I am voting for Donald Trump, and maybe you should too. But Robert F. Kennedy Jr., or Robert Francis Kennedy Jr., is an American lawyer and an environmental activist. Environmental activist. What is that? In that picture, you can see the earth. So the environment is anything that has to do with keeping the earth healthy. And an activist is someone who tries to make that happen. So let's look at the official definition. An environmental activist is a person who works to protect the environment and fights against pollution and other problems that harm nature. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is also known for not liking vaccines, which has made him a controversial figure. Let's just talk about vaccines first. It's usually a shot that you get that prevents you from getting sick in the future. Oh, YouTube is going to love this English lesson. It will be a miracle if you see this, because I'm talking about vaccines, and later I will be talking about the Kennedy assassination, 2 of them actually. In the United States, a lot of doctors recommend to parents to have their children vaccinated at an early age. This is done so children won't get sick in the future and they won't make others sick. RFK Jr. doesn't believe in that. I've mentioned that he is a controversial figure. Let's talk about what controversial means. The word controversial describes something that people have strong opinions about, either liking it a lot or not really liking it. Some people love RFK Jr., some people don't. RFK Jr. is a controversial figure because some people agree with his ideas, while many others strongly disagree. You might also hear the term polarizing figure. It's the same thing. Some people love him, some people hate him. There aren't too many people in between saying, I don't really care. With RFK Jr. endorsing former President Trump, it's not all rainbows and sunshine, which is an idiom to say everything's perfect. RFK Jr. comes with some baggage. What does that idiom mean? The phrase comes with some baggage means that a person has a past that could cause problems or make people think badly about them. RFK supporting Trump comes with some baggage because both have done or said things in the past that some people do not like. Let's face it, former President Trump is also a controversial figure. He is a polarizing figure. But let's talk about what comes with some baggage means outside of politics. Let's pretend you know a person in their 20s. Maybe they are 23 years old. They do not have children. They have never been married. But they start dating a person who does have children. And they're also in their early 20s. Well, that person could come with some baggage. Those kids could be the baggage. Did I mention this in the picture? Baggage. It's like luggage. It's like extra things you have to carry around. But if it's an idiom, well, it means something different. Those kids would be the baggage, or they could be the baggage. A lot of people in their early 20s don't want to have to think about kids yet. So if they started dating a person who already had children, that might be some baggage that they don't want to have to deal with at such an early age. To fully understand who RFK Jr. is, we need to talk about his family, the Kennedys. They are they are definitely the most famous political family in the United States. RFK Jr. is the son of Robert Kennedy, or you might hear him called RFK. A lot of these guys are known by their initials. The first letter of their name, Robert Francis Kennedy, is known as RFK. And he is the nephew of President John F. Kennedy, or JFK. Robert F. Kennedy and John F. Kennedy were brothers. In the picture, you can see three people. We haven't talked about one of them. The shortest one on the left is RFK, Robert F. Kennedy. The one in the middle is Teddy Kennedy, another brother. He was a senator from the state of Massachusetts. And the one all the way to the right is JFK, or John F. Kennedy. And to be honest, two of the brothers come with a lot of baggage. We won't get into that. But the one that doesn't have a lot of baggage, maybe no baggage, is RFK, Robert Francis Kennedy, sometimes known just as Bobby. Bobby is a nickname for Robert, and if you saw President Trump's speech, he called RFK Jr. Bobby quite a bit.
I will tell you, we are both in this to do what's right for the country. That's one thing I can tell you. He lost his father and uncle in service to our country, and Bobby himself was subject to repeated threats to his safety.
Okay, this can get super confusing. There's also an RFK the third. And if you look at that picture, he's a little younger. He is RFK Jr.'s son. Try to follow this. RFK Jr.'s dad was RFK. RFK Jr. has a son also named RFK. So he is called the third. But who is JFK? Who is John Fitzgerald Kennedy? JFK was the 35th president of the United States, serving from 1961 until he was assassinated in 1963. He is well known for his speeches and leadership during the Cold War and the Cuban Missile Crisis.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Do you know the Cold War? That was a period of time after World War II when the United States and Russia, known as the Soviet Union at the time, there were a few other countries with the Soviet Union, Ukraine, Belarus, a long history there, Kazakhstan. Well, the US and the Soviet Union didn't get along too well. And the Cuban Missile Crisis happened in October of 1961, I believe, or 62. And that was a time when the Soviet Union and the United States almost went to war, nuclear war. The Soviet Union was trying to put nuclear missiles on the island of Cuba, which is just 90 miles away from the United States. Now, the United States had nuclear weapons in Turkey, and they were pointed at the Soviet Union, but the United States did not like these nuclear weapons so close to their country. They told the Soviet Union to move them. And thankfully, the Soviet leader at the time, his name was Nikita Khrushchev, he did that. And we did not have World War III or nuclear war, but it was close. And President Kennedy was our president at the time. JFK was the older brother of RFK and the uncle of RFK Jr. So who is RFK? And if you look, Robert F. Kennedy Sr., sometimes we call the father senior just so we know the difference between senior and junior. Robert F. Kennedy was U.S. Attorney General, which is like the highest lawyer, a very important position in the United States. He was also a senator, and he played an important role in civil rights and fighting organized crime in the 1960s. When you hear civil rights, think 1960s, you might think about that guy in the picture. His name is Martin Luther King Jr., also known by his initials sometimes, MLK. And it was a period of time in the United States where if your skin was black or not white, if you were anything but white, you did not have the same rights as people who were white. And there was a big fight in the 1960s to try to get some laws passed so things would be more equal. I don't want to talk too much about organized crime, but we sometimes call it the mob. And if you've ever seen movies like Godfather or Goodfellas, that is what organized crime is. RFK Sr. was a close advisor to his brother, so he gave a lot of advice to John F. Kennedy, the president. He helped him out a lot. Unfortunately, while he was running for president in 1968, he was also assassinated. Let's go back to 2024 and talk about RFK Jr. He was what was called a third-party candidate. In the United States, if you've been watching my videos, you know we have two major political parties, the Republicans and the Democrats. And if you are running for president and you're not a Republican or a Democrat, you are called a third-party candidate. To be honest, third-party candidates have no chance of winning. There is just too much money on the Republican side and on the Democratic side. But let's get the official definition of what a third-party candidate is. A third-party candidate is someone who runs for president but is not from one of the two main political parties, Democrats and Republicans. Let's look at an example sentence. In the 2024 election, some voters supported a third-party candidate instead of choosing between the main parties. And that third-party candidate was RFK Jr. Some people think that now that RFK is not running and he has endorsed former President Trump, the people who were going to vote for RFK Jr. will now vote for President Trump. And that might give him the presidency. We'll talk about that in a minute. But there are some people who call themselves never Trumpers. Never Trump, which is exactly what it sounds like. A person, usually a Republican, who is strongly against Donald Trump and refuses to support him. Some of those never Trumpers were going to vote for RFK Jr. Now that he is not running, some never Trumpers will probably just not vote. I'm not sure if they will actually vote for President Trump. Here's a sentence using never Trumpers. Even though they are Republicans, some people call themselves never Trumpers because they don't agree with Trump's views. You also might hear this, an independent. Let's talk about what an independent voter is. If someone isn't a Republican or a Democrat, they might be an independent. So let's look at a recent poll here about people voting for president. If you look at that bar in blue, those are people who support Vice President Harris. Democrats are usually a blue color. We have blue states, we have red states. Red would be people who are supporting President Trump. And if you look at those numbers, they do not add up to 100%. Look at that first one for all adults. According to the poll, 50% of adults will be voting for Vice President Harris, 45% will be voting for President Trump. Now, those extra 5%, they might be voting for RFK Jr., or they would have voted for him until he dropped out of the race, or they might be something we call undecided. They don't know who they are voting for yet. We talked about a lot of things in this English lesson. If you are still looking for more English, right down there, 2 hours, over 2 hours of English lessons about politics. Thank you so much for watching. See you next time. There is a pretty big event happening here in the United States, and I thought it would be a good chance for me to teach you some terms, some idioms, some English phrasal verbs you might hear if you watch a news story about this big event. And the big event in the United States this week is called the DNC. Let's talk all about what the DNC is. It's a pretty big deal. The 2024 DNC will be held in Chicago from August 19th to the 22nd. But what is the DNC? It is the Democratic National Convention. And as we go through this lesson, you will know what all three of those words mean. Democratic, that basically means not Republican. If you think Donald Trump, think Republican. If you think President Biden or Vice President Harris, then that is the Democratic Party. And this week, they're holding a convention. What is a convention? It is a large meeting or event where decisions are made. And that middle part, national, it just means everyone from the United States. And we'll talk about exactly who will be attending this convention. Let's get an official definition for the DNC. The DNC is a big meeting where members of the Democratic Party choose their candidate for president of the United States. But I just want to be clear, when we talk about conventions, it doesn't just have to be a political convention like this one. You could have a doctor's convention or a teacher's convention. I have been to many teachers' conventions, and to be honest, they aren't exactly fun. They can be a little boring. I do need to take a break from this lesson just for a second to thank you for 45,000 subscribers. Thank you to anyone who has subscribed, anyone who has shared these lessons with other people who are learning English. Even if you have just liked this video, thank you. Or maybe you left a comment. All of that really helps the channel grow. So thank you so much. You may have heard of Chicago. Well, this year's convention takes place in Chicago, and that is our third biggest city. One of our most famous politicians is from Chicago. Who do you think that might be? We will be talking about him in just a minute. What happens at the Democratic National Convention? Delegates from all over the US come together to vote on the candidate. Well, this year, there is no secret on who the candidate will be. It will be Kamala Harris, our current vice president. Maybe we should talk about delegates, just in case it isn't clear. That is a person chosen to represent others at a convention. So the more people who live in a state, the more delegates that state gets. California, our biggest state, gets like 400 delegates. My little state of Maine gets like 30 delegates. And all of the delegates this year will meet in Chicago and vote on who they think should be the candidate for the Democratic Party. I hope this is clear so far because it can be pretty confusing. Delegates are there to vote for the candidate who won their state's primary election in the spring. Again, we have two political parties, Republicans and Democrats. And in the spring, each state held a primary election. So if you were a Democrat, you could go and vote on who you thought should be the candidate for that party. The Republicans did the same thing. And the Republicans already held their national convention. It was in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, about a month ago. And I will be in Milwaukee, Wisconsin in about a month, and I will record some English lessons there. And those delegates who are chosen, for example, the 30 from my state, they can't vote for whoever they want. They have to vote for whoever won in my state's primary. Let's just leave it there because technically most of the states voted for Joe Biden in the primaries, but Kamala Harris is going to be that party's candidate. Not everybody agrees with that, especially Republicans, but let's keep it simple. Kamala Harris will be the Democratic candidate for the general election. That is going to happen in November when President Trump will face off against Kamala Harris. And I've been using that verb nominate, and now we have a noun nominee, which is a person. A nominee is the person chosen for the party to run for president. People nominate a person. That person is the nominee. So the nominee for the Republican Party is Donald Trump, and the nominee for the Democratic Party is Kamala Harris. And there will be some very famous people speaking at the DNC. In fact, today, I'm releasing this on August 19th. Those people will be speaking at the Democratic National Convention. Who are they? President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden will speak at the convention. On the second night of the convention, this guy, probably the most famous Democrat, he is actually from the city of Chicago. On August 20th, former President Obama plus second gentleman Doug Emhoff will speak. Let's talk about that guy now. Second gentleman, which means he is the husband of the vice president. We talked about First Lady Jill Biden. She is the wife of the president. If Kamala Harris gets elected to the presidency in November, Doug Emhoff will become the first gentleman, and he will be our first ever first gentleman. We've never had a woman become president. In the entire history of this country, all we have ever had are first ladies, because all of our presidents so far have been men. Maybe you have heard of this guy. He is another former president. He is also a Democrat, Bill Clinton. Former President Bill Clinton will speak on August 21st. I would like to teach you this term, bigwigs. Bigwigs. What does that mean? Well, let's look at a sentence using bigwigs. All of the bigwigs will be in Chicago this week for the convention. So maybe you have thought that bigwig might mean famous people, important people. If that's your thought, you are correct. Maybe at your job, a bunch of bigwigs come and visit. Those would be important people in the company. You might get nervous if the bigwigs are in the building. Bigwig is another way to say important people. All right. If you thought it was confusing before, it might just get a little confusing. I'm going to try to explain this as best I can because it is difficult for native English speakers. But we have something in this country called Roe v. Wade. It is a very famous court case. It was decided in the 1970s, and it said that women in this country had a right to have an abortion. Just in case you don't know what an abortion is in English, let me try to say it this way. If a woman gets pregnant and she doesn't want to have the baby, she can get what we call an abortion. And it's an operation that basically gets rid of the baby or the fetus. That's what we call the little thing before it becomes a baby. Okay, we have something called the Supreme Court in this country. It's like the most powerful court. There isn't a court bigger, and they uphold the laws. They make sure the laws are being followed. Back in June of 2022, the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, ending the right to abortion. Now, that affected the entire nation, but it did not affect the states. So it did not make abortion illegal. It just gave that decision back to the states. We have some states that are more Republican, and in those states, it might be harder to get an abortion now. In blue states or more Democratic states, there probably hasn't been much of a change. Women can probably still get an abortion if they want to pretty easily. If they live in a red state, they may have to drive to a blue state. It might be much more difficult to get an abortion. What I would like to do now is watch a short news clip and then talk about all of the difficult things they talk about in that news clip. And it's going to be about protesters. There will be many protesters outside of the convention center. That's the building where this convention is taking place, the convention center. There are going to be two major protests. In other words, people are upset about something and they are going to be talking about it. They are going to be marching together. And those two things are abortion and what is going on in Palestine or Gaza.
National convention here. Many people have made their way to the city or will be making their way to the city this week to make their voices heard.
All right, let's go. They used some terms that could be a little tricky. Terms with like made or make or get. They're always difficult for English learners. Made their way. What does that mean? It means to move or go towards a place. Protesters made their way to Union Park to join the rally supporting Palestinian freedom. So in other words, it means to go to a place. For example, I made my way to school this morning. Luckily, I didn't. I have another week off before I need to go back into the classroom. But you could say, hey, I need to make my way over to the grocery store later because I ran out of tissues or paper towels or salt or sugar. Make their voices heard. What does that mean? To express opinions or concerns loudly and clearly so that others notice. And in the picture, you can see it looks like people are protesting. They want to make their voice heard. Here is a sentence using that term, activists. It's another way to say people who are protesting. Activists gathered to make their voices heard on keeping abortion rights legal during the DNC.
Many people have made their way to the city or will be making their way to the city this week to make their voices heard.
A peaceful rally got underway yesterday, and now the question is, will rallies remain peaceful over the next couple of days? Our Darius Johnson is live in Union Park right now with more on the first rally and others happening today. Good morning, Darius.
Good morning, Dana and Audrina. Yeah, I think everyone in the city is honestly breathing a sigh of relief this morning after seeing that peaceful protests get underway yesterday as hundreds made their way here to the city of Chicago.
They also mentioned Union Park. A lot of big cities in the United States have green places in the middle of them. There might be a lot of really big buildings, but somewhere in the city is a place where there are a lot of trees, a lot of grass. Chicago has Union Park, and they have a bigger park called Lincoln Park, which is like Central Park in New York City. And there's also a smaller park called Washington Park, which I actually filmed an English lesson at. Here is the official definition for Union Park. A public park in Chicago, often used for large gatherings and events. And a public park means people can go to it. It's the opposite of a private park. If a park is private, you need like special permission to get in. The protest at Union Park attracted hundreds of people demanding reproductive rights. We will talk more about reproductive rights, but it has to do with women and their right to have an abortion if they want.
Yeah, I think everyone in the city is honestly breathing a sigh of relief this morning after seeing that peaceful protests get underway yesterday as hundreds made their way here to the city of Chicago. I can tell you everything remained peaceful, and there were a lot of police out as well. Go ahead and take a look and a listen at how things went. It started at Wacker in Michigan as a reproductive rights rally, but turned into a Free Palestine rally as protesters gathered and made their way down Michigan Avenue before ending at Grant Park.
Rally. What is that? It's a large public meeting, especially for a political cause or protest. Here is a sentence. The reproductive rights rally drew a big crowd of supporters at the DNC. Rally and protest. Are they the same? They could be. A rally is when a lot of people get together, usually for politics. A lot of times, politicians will hold rallies to increase support, to make their voters like energized, to make them want to vote. President Trump, Vice President Harris do this almost every weekend. They will hold a rally. A protest is a type of rally where people are upset about something and they want to see a change. Breathing a sigh of relief. If you look at that picture, it's like somebody is going, and that is what we call a sigh. But what is breathing a sigh of relief? It means feeling less worried or stressed after something improves or turns out well. So the police and the people of Chicago were breathing a sigh of relief when it turned out those protests weren't violent. They were peaceful. Let's look at this sentence. People in Chicago were breathing a sigh of relief when the protests were kept peaceful. Get underway. I don't know about you, but get might be the hardest word in English. It's so small, but we use it in so many different ways. Put is another small word that's really hard. Get underway. It means to start or to begin something. The DNC gets underway tonight in Chicago. All right, let's look at this picture. This is from that news clip. You can see a woman in a black t-shirt. I can't quite read her t-shirt, but I think it might say keep abortion free and legal, maybe. And she also has a bullhorn which makes her voice louder. There's also some people holding Palestinian flags. So it looks like this protest is combining two different groups. People who are wanting to see abortion rights stay in the nation, and also people who don't like what is going on in Gaza right now. Also, there is a woman in a green shirt who is wearing a mask outside. I'm not sure. Do masks really help when you're outside? Do you really need a mask when you're outside? Please let me know in the comments. Is this woman being protected with a mask outside?
Yeah, I think everyone in the city is honestly breathing a sigh of relief this morning after seeing that peaceful protests get underway yesterday as hundreds made their way here to the city of Chicago. I can tell you everything remained peaceful and there were a lot of police out as well. Go ahead and take a look and a listen at how things went. It started at Wacker in Michigan as a reproductive rights rally, but turned into a Free Palestine rally as protesters gathered and made their way down Michigan Avenue before ending at Grant Park. Chicago police were out in full force, lining the street.
I've mentioned this a couple times. Productive rights rally. Let's get an official definition. People getting together, raising awareness for the need to protect women's rights to legal abortions. Before Roe v. Wade in the 1970s, women were getting illegal abortions, and sometimes women died during those operations. A lot of people would like to see women being able to have legal abortions so there are fewer deaths. Here is a sentence using productive rights rally. The Productive Rights Rally was one of the largest events during the protests at the DNC. Out in full force, they also mention. What does that mean? Lots of people come out or are present. The police were out in full force, just in case things turned violent or got out of hand. Got out of hand is another way to say out of control. You could also say the protesters were out in full force today, which is another way to say a lot of people attended the protest. They talked about how police were lining the streets. What does that mean? Standing or forming a line along a place. Police were lining the streets outside the DNC, making sure everything stayed peaceful. In this picture, looks like we have a haunted house and jack-o'-lanterns are lining the walkway.
Chicago police were out in full force, lining the streets.
But from what I saw tonight, I think it's going to be a very exciting time for the city of Chicago. There's going to be work involved, and we always have to be concerned. However, if things go like they did tonight, we should be fine.
There are more protests planned for today on day one of the convention. The coalition to march on the DNC, comprised of 270 organizations. Their mission is to fight for the rights and liberation of the oppressed.
Oh, goodness. The news can be pretty advanced sometimes, right? Coalition. What does that mean? A group of people, organizations, working together for the same reason. The protest was organized by a coalition of groups supporting both reproductive rights and Palestinian liberation. Oh my goodness, that is a big term, right? Palestinian liberation. Liberation. Think freedom. We'll talk more about that in a minute. They also use the word comprised. What does that mean? Made up of or including specific parts or members. Here's a sentence. The protest was comprised of people from various backgrounds, from different backgrounds, some rich, some poor, some black, some white, some Hispanic, some Asian, some men, some women, all united for a common cause, liberation. We talked about that just a minute ago. Look at that picture. it looks like that person is celebrating. It looks like they are very free. So, liberation, the official definition, the act of gaining freedom or rights, especially from oppression. Oh, goodness. We'll talk about oppression in just a minute. The protesters chanted for the liberation of oppressed people in Palestine. So if people are oppressed, they don't have their freedom. Unfortunately, at one time in this country, we had slavery. Slaves were oppressed. They did not have their freedom. Oppressed. Let's get the official definition. Treated unfairly or cruelly, especially by those in power. The speakers were hoping the oppressed people would be seen by those in power. Whew. I don't know about you, but I'm tired after all that teaching. Maybe you are tired from all of that learning. It was a difficult one. Maybe you want to watch this one again. But if that wasn't too hard and you're still ready for more learning, right down there are more English lessons I did about politics. Thanks so much for joining. See you next time. Watching the news in English is a great way to improve your English, but let's face it, they use some pretty advanced words. They will often use very difficult English phrasal verbs. Who knows? They might throw in an idiom or two. So in today's English lesson, what I would like to do is watch a news clip about Elon Musk interviewing former President Trump. I will explain some of the difficult vocabulary they use, some of those English phrasal verbs, so the next time you have a conversation in English, or maybe if you are studying for the IELTS or TOEFL exams, you will feel more comfortable. Let's watch a short clip from ABC News. I have put the subtitles on the screen and I've slowed it down just a little bit.
It's now called X, for a long conversation with Elon Musk that was hampered by technical issues. Rachel Scott is tracking the race. Good morning, Rachel.
Hey, George, good morning to you. This all got off to a very rocky start. That conversation was delayed by more than 40 minutes because of those tech issues. Elon Musk said he wanted to have this conversation so that the former president could appeal to independent voters. Overnight, Donald Trump's bot returned to the platform that once banished him for posting false claims about the election. The company saying at the time the account was permanently suspended due to the risk of further incitement of violence.
One of the first difficult phrases I heard them use was hampered by technical issues. Whoa, that can be very tough. I have a proper definition for you, and then I will use that term in a sentence. Hampered by technical issues. It means delayed or made difficult by problems with technology.
Conversation with Elon Musk that was hampered by technical issues.
The interview with Donald Trump was hampered by technical issues. It started 40 minutes late. So hampered means there's some kind of problem. But you can also have a hamper in your house. What is that? A hamper can be a place to keep dirty clothes until you're ready to wash them. Let's talk about this next word, track. It can be a noun, it can be a verb. We are going to talk about a couple different ways it is used. In the interview, they say tracking the race. What does that mean? Following or keeping an eye on the progress of an election or a competition. You can imagine that former President Trump has a team of people tracking his campaign. They are checking to make sure that they are doing well against Vice President Harris. Elon Musk asked Donald Trump how he was tracking the race for the presidency. But sometimes when I order something through the mail, I will be able to track that package. I can keep an eye on it. Maybe I have an app on my phone that tells me where my package is. You probably have something like this in your country. You can also run on a track. Maybe you want to get a little exercise, so you go down to the local track and run around it. Hopefully, you are not hampered by a bad leg. If you are hampered by that, it would make your run a little more difficult. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, could you give this lesson a like? Hit that like button, and if you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe so you never miss another English lesson. And the interview got off to a rocky start. Got off, that is an English phrasal verb meaning to start, and a rocky start is one that has problems. Here is the official definition. Began with some problems or some difficulties. Now, I hope this didn't happen to you today, but if you had a bad morning, you can say your day started with a rocky start. Hopefully by lunchtime, it gets better. The interview got off to a rocky start when the video connection failed. I'm not sure if you tried to listen to that interview on X or Twitter. It's called X now, but if you tried to listen to that interview at the start on X, you weren't able to do it. They had some major technical problems. It got off to a rocky start.
Good morning to you. This all got off to a very rocky start. That conversation was delayed by more than 40 minutes.
This is a difficult one. Could appeal to independent voters. A lot of people in this country are either a Republican or a Democrat, but there are some people who are neither a Democrat or a Republican. We call those independents. They do not belong to a political party. And if you appeal to someone, that means they like you. Elon Musk is hoping that Donald Trump can appeal to independent voters. He's definitely going to appeal to Republican voters. That's his political party. But he probably won't appeal to Democratic voters. They will probably vote for Vice President Harris. Here is the official definition. Might be liked by voters who are not loyal to any political party. Donald Trump explained how his new campaign could appeal to independent voters.
Elon Musk said he wanted to have this conversation so that the former president could appeal to independent voters.
The next one is botched return. I hope you have never heard botched before. Hopefully, I can teach you that. But a botched return is a failed or poorly handled comeback. Donald Trump was kicked off of Twitter. He was forced to leave, but now he's back. So that's his return. That's his comeback. And if something is botched, it's failed, it's messed up, it didn't work. The interview was designed to welcome President Trump back to Twitter or X, but it was clearly a botched return.
Overnight, Donald Trump's botched return to the platform that once banished him for posting false claims about the election.
It was botched because of those technical issues. We have a TV show here in the United States called Botched, and it's all about people who get plastic surgery. Maybe they want to fix their nose, but the doctor botches it, messes it up. It doesn't look right. Earlier this year, I had a hair transplant where I got more hair here in the front of my head. Luckily, it wasn't botched. Some of the hair has fallen out. It's supposed to fall out, but it will be back soon. Thank you to Cab for the hair transplant. If you would like a transplant yourself, I can get you 10% off. Check the description below. Oh dear. Banished. This is a bad one. Sent away or removed from a place or situation, usually as a punishment. So at one time, and we will talk about why a little later, Donald Trump was banished from Twitter. I can't call Twitter X for some reason. It's still Twitter to me. Here is a sentence using banished. Trump was banished from Twitter for a long time before Elon Musk let him back.
Overnight, Donald Trump's bot returned to the platform that once banished him for posting false claims about the election.
In the news clip, they said permanently suspended. I would like to talk about each of those words on their own. Let's start with permanent. Permanent means forever, for all time. And if you look at that picture, that person is getting a tattoo. And guess what? Tattoos are forever. They will stay on your skin until the end of time. Here is a sentence, not about Elon Musk or Donald Trump, using permanently. She moved to Canada and lived there permanently, never returning to the United States. If you get a tattoo, it is permanently on your skin. It's not temporary. Temporary is the opposite of permanent. Temporary only lasts for a short period of time. Donald Trump worried that he had been permanently banned from Twitter. Turned out he was only temporarily banned. Temporarily. Not easy to say.
The company saying at the time the account was permanently suspended due to the risk of further incitement of violence.
Suspended. They talked about that in the news clip. What does that mean? Temporarily, there's that word again, temporarily prevented from taking part in something. And I will talk about that picture in just a second. Suspended is never a good thing. Do you know what a driver's license is? It's a piece of paper or a card that you need to show in order to drive a car. Your driver's license could be suspended. That means you can't drive for a short period of time. And this person in the car, they might have been driving with a suspended license. I'm sure the police officer will make them pay some money. Hopefully, they won't have to do jail time.
He's saying at the time the account was permanently suspended due to the risk of further incitement of violence.
Incitement of violence. What does that mean? Encouraging others to act in a harmful or violent way. If you incite violence, that means you want other people to do violence, to commit crimes. The two discussed the reasons behind Trump's suspension, including the possible incitement of violence. Okay, we have this thing now in English called January 6th. Whenever you hear that, think of a time when people, ordinary citizens, broke into the Capitol building. That is the Capitol building in that picture. Some people say that President Trump incited violence on January 6th. Some people say President Trump wanted people to get violent, and that is why he was kicked off. There is a phrasal verb we can use. That is why he was kicked off of Twitter or suspended from Twitter. I hope this was a helpful lesson for you. If you are looking for more English lessons, I did one about our future vice president. Thanks so much for watching. See you next time. If you clicked on this English lesson, I think that you want to improve your English. You also like American politics, and you might be preparing for the IELTS or TOEFL exams. In today's English lesson, we are going to look at a recent news story that talks about how Vice President Harris and former President Trump might have a debate. We will take a look at an interview from CNN, that is a cable news station here in the United States, but I have added subtitles to the screen and I slowed it down just a bit to help you understand the news in English. Yes, we are going to talk about some advanced vocabulary words, some English idioms, and of course, those pesky English phrasal verbs. But the first thing we should talk about is, what is a debate in English? I'm going to have at least 20 terms for you, and each term will have a simple definition, and I will use that term in an example sentence. So what is a debate in English? It is a formal discussion between people with different opinions. And if you look at the picture, you can see, of course, an American flag in the background, but it looks like there is a donkey and a pig. Now, I'm not sure why there is a pig, to be honest. The donkey represents the Democratic Party. Vice President Harris is from the Democratic Party, and President Trump is from the Republican Party. They are not pigs. They are represented by the animal, an elephant. Let's take a look at a sentence below. There will be a debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump next month. That's the example sentence. We are not quite sure that is going to happen. I think most American citizens would like to see that. They would like to learn a little bit more about the candidates who are running for president, but it might not happen. And we will talk about why a little later. The next term that would be helpful to know is audience. This one might be a little bit easier, but they are going to talk about it in the interview we are going to watch. Audience, what is it? It's a group of people who watch or listen to something. Last month, President Biden and former President Trump had a debate, but there was no audience. There was somebody in the room, and we will talk about them next. But let's talk about a sentence that has audience in it. The debate will have a large audience watching on TV. So yes, the American public was able to watch the two men have a debate, but there were only a few other people in the room while the debate was happening. This next debate between Harris and Trump might have a live audience, meaning other people will be in the room watching. Who was in the room during the last debate? We need to talk about that person. We will call them a moderator. But let's talk about what the verb moderate means. It means to lead a discussion or a debate. It's like the person in charge of the debate. They are the person who asks the questions. They are also the person that makes sure each debater doesn't take up too much time. A moderator moderates. Moderator, noun, moderates, verb. And every good debater needs their opponent. The opponent is a person who is against someone in a competition or a debate. In the picture, we call that game in English chess. Chess. I suppose you could play chess by yourself, but most people will play with an opponent. That means someone else who is playing and they are trying to beat you. The same thing happens in a debate. If a soccer team is playing a game, they have an opponent. Let's look at a sentence that uses opponent. In the debate, each candidate will try to win against their opponent. And in these presidential debates, let's talk about that word next. In these presidential debates, the American people decide who wins. There is no score being kept. As an American voter, I can watch the debate and say, oh, that person won. I am going to vote for them in November. Other people will watch the same debate and think the other person won, and they will vote for the other person in November. Presidential. This is an adjective. It describes something that a president might do. There is the definition: related to the president or the position of president. Please let me know in the comments, what building is that in the picture? Oh, hey, and while I am asking you to do stuff, could you please like this video? It helps other people find this lesson. And if you haven't subscribed, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and subscribe so you never miss another English lesson. And in the description below, you will see all of these words listed with the definition and the example sentence. Let's use presidential in a sentence. The presidential debate between Harris and Trump will be watched by millions. We are almost ready to watch the interview, but there are a couple more words I would like to teach you. Rebuttal. What is that? It is a reply to a criticism or an argument, showing why it is wrong. In a typical debate, the moderator will ask one of the candidates a question, and then there will be time for the other candidate to give their rebuttal. In other words, to say why that first person is wrong. There is a sentence below. During the debate, Vice President Harris gave a strong rebuttal to Trump's claims. And a claim is just something you believe is true. Oh, big word here. Defamation. Defamation. This is a legal term. It means saying false things about someone to damage their reputation. We have a news network here in the United States called ABC, and right now, former President Trump doesn't really like that news station. There is a sentence at the bottom. Trump accused ABC News of defamation after they made false statements about him. Or at least President Trump believes they are false statements, like lies. Before we watch this news clip, let's talk about CNN. This is a clip from CNN. If you have seen some of my other English lessons about American politics, I've talked about CNN and Fox before. Fox is a news station more for President Trump fans or Republicans. CNN is more for Harris and Biden fans. Those are the Democrats. In the clip, you will see a reporter from CNN interviewing two people. The woman in the yellow dress, her name is Maria, and she is a Democrat. She likes Vice President Harris. The other man is named Alex, and he's more of a Republican. He's more of a fan of President Trump.
With Alex, Trump is changing the rule. I mean, Trump says the Democrats changed the conditions because, of course, they brought a new candidate. He did agree to ABC. Now he's saying totally different race. I want Fox and I want an audience here. Is he going to win that argument?
I think he is. I mean, look, to be fair, it was a completely different candidate. 17 million people voted in primaries for Joe Biden and selected him. And then 2,500 people went online a couple days ago and said, no, we have a new candidate. That agreement...
And she is a vice president, though, so... Okay.
Understood. If President Biden wants to keep that first debate, I think that's fine. I think it's completely acceptable and, frankly, deserved for that to be a new conversation.
Okay, your response, Maria?
I think it shows that he's terrified of debating somebody as good as Kamala Harris.
Let's talk about a couple things that were said in that interview. Frankly, the man is going to say frankly a couple times. It's a good thing to use if you want to speak more like a native English speaker. When you start saying something really important, you can say, frankly, like that man did. It's like, to be honest, I often say that before I'm going to tell something I really believe in. My wife, Jamie, might ask me, hey, do you want to get Mexican food tonight? I'm really craving some tacos. I might say, well, to be honest, I'm kind of wanting to stay home. I don't really want to go out. Frankly, I just want to stay home. And it looks like those two men are having a frank discussion. Frank can be a person's name, but it can also mean like honestly, directly. Trump said, frankly, I think my policies are better for the country. There is also a famous line from a very old movie that uses frankly.
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
Ooh, he said a bad word. Not too bad, just a little bad. Little cuss word, little swear word there. Maria also used the word terrified. Do you know that? I'm pretty sure you could see that on the IELTS or the TOEFL exams. It's another way to say like really, really scared, very scared. Some days you might say, frankly, I am terrified to speak English. Some people are terrified about what will happen after the debate. The last time former President Trump debated anybody, he debated President Biden. Shortly after President Biden did so bad in the debate, he dropped out of the race. I will leave a link at the end of this video for a lesson I did about Biden dropping out of the presidential race. Let's watch another clip.
I think it shows that he wants to do it on Fox. He wants to do it with an audience because those two things are like security blankets for him. And that's what he needs right now. This race has completely discombobulated him and the people around him. They have no idea how to approach running against somebody who is so accomplished, who is whip smart, who has a background as a prosecutor, and Donald Trump is a 34 times convicted felon.
So, fair. Those are different venues. Fox, a very different network from ABC. The audience is something that he thrives on or believes he could thrive on. So what's your response to that?
Maria mentioned security blanket. Let's talk about what that is. It is something that makes someone feel safe and comfortable. A lot of times parents will give their babies a security blanket, to make them feel a little more safe. Ooh, I don't think I have ever taught this word, but swaddled. That baby is swaddled in a security blanket. It's another way to say like wrapped up really tightly. You might swaddle a newborn baby, but here's a sentence using a security blanket. For many voters, hearing their candidate speak is like a security blanket. Love this word, discombobulated. Discombobulated. I promise it's a real word. It means confused and upset. Harris looked discombobulated when Trump interrupted her. I bet sometimes when you are having an English conversation with another person, you could become discombobulated. Speaking English is really tough. I'm proud of you. You have been watching a long time. Keep up the good work. Maybe next time when you have that English conversation, you won't feel as discombobulated, accomplished. In the picture, you can see that person looks very happy, like they might have accomplished something. When you do something hard, you accomplish it. But the accomplish I want to talk about is just a little bit different. It's an adjective describing very skilled or successful. Both candidates are accomplished speakers. I would like to think, because I have been teaching for over 20 years, I am an accomplished English teacher. In the interview, you heard whip smart. To be honest, I have never heard that term. We are going to talk about another term that I've never really heard before a little later. I've heard this more, smart as a whip. It's an idiom. It just means someone is really intelligent. And right there, I have a picture of a whip. Sometimes you might see a horse race, and the person riding the horse, we call them a jockey. They might whip the horse. It's never fun to look at. I'm sure it hurts the horse, but that's what a whip is when you might hear somebody say, oh, they are as smart as a whip. People say Harris is smart as a whip when it comes to debates. Last one before we watch another clip of that interview, but we have an English phrasal verb, thrives on. Thrives on. In the picture, I would say that there is a little plant, but it is thriving. It's growing. It's doing really well. Thrives on means enjoys or is successful in a particular situation. A soccer player might thrive on the crowd yelling, screaming, a lot of excitement in the crowd. Trump thrives on the excitement of a live debate. Makes him more awake. It gives him more energy. Let's do it. Another clip.
A couple of things. Number one, it's important to remember we had a Biden campaign and a Trump campaign, and for the first time in American history, we had a presidential campaign go blue screen of death, literally completely brick and melt down, and the party on a dime has said, we're going to anoint somebody new. It is absolutely
But
critical.
I'm asking specifically about the
I
conditions.
understand.
They're different. It's a different network that is
a different
much more Trump friendly.
It's a different campaign. It's a completely different dynamic.
Exactly.
That therefore, let's have a conversation about how to debate.
So
the American people deserve, frankly, to be introduced to her.
The man Alex keeps saying that nobody has voted for Harris. This can get a little complicated. Maybe I will do another English lesson on primaries, but this spring in the United States, we had primary elections. That is when Republicans go to vote on who they want to become president. Republicans voted for Donald Trump in the primaries, and Democrats voted for President Biden in the primaries. They did not actually vote for Vice President Harris. That's what Republicans are saying. Democrats are saying, well, she was part of the ticket. The ticket means like two people, Biden and Harris for the Democrats. And now for the Republicans, it is J.D. Vance and Trump. Former President Trump picked J.D. Vance as his running mate. I hope that makes sense. It can be pretty confusing. If you would like me to do an English lesson about the primary elections, let me know. The blue screen of death. It sounds very dramatic, right? Well, what is it? It's a computer error screen showing a major problem. That man sees two blue screens of death. Earlier in 2024, there was an update for a program, and a lot of computers showed that blue screen of death, and it really hurt travel in the United States. A lot of planes could not take off that day because of the blue screen of death. Do you remember that? Let's take a look at a sentence using blue screen of death. I don't think this would happen during a debate, but here's a sentence. Trump's computer had the blue screen of death right before the debate. You can imagine if that happened to former President Trump right before a debate, he would probably feel very discombobulated. Alex says a term I'd never heard of, so I'm not sure if he made a mistake. You know, when people are talking, they sometimes make mistakes. So I am going to assume that brick and meltdown was just a mistake he made. And I would like to teach you the term meltdown. Meltdown. That means a complete failure or collapse. If you look in the picture, that child is probably having a meltdown. A lot of screaming, a lot of crying when some kid melts down. You know that verb melt, right? Think of a chocolate bar and think of a really hot day. The chocolate will melt. Maybe if you put it in the refrigerator, it will stop it from melting. But here is a sentence using meltdown. The debate could turn into a meltdown if things get too heated. So this doesn't really mean a hot temperature. It means people might get angry with each other. And if the debate turns into a meltdown, it just means it would not be organized. The two candidates would probably be mad at each other, interrupting each other all of the time. Here's an idiom using the term dime. In the picture, I have a dime. It's worth 10 cents. It takes 10 dimes to equal $1. But the idiom to change on a dime, you might also hear turn on a dime, means to change very quickly and unexpectedly, like you didn't know this was going to happen. The mood or the feeling of the debate can change on a dime if one candidate says something surprising. That just means things are happening very fast if they change or turn on a dime. Anoint. It's a very formal way to say somebody has been officially chosen for a position. In the picture, the queen is anointing someone. They are making them a knight. The Republican Party has anointed former President Trump as their candidate for president. How about this sentence? The debate will show who might be anointed as the country's next president. Critical. It means super important. Very important. It's critical that you drink enough water each day. You don't want to become dehydrated. The debate is very important. The debate is critical for both Harris and Trump's campaigns.
I know how those previous debates have been. I remember watching Tulsi Gabbard do her magic in the debate the last time that Vice President Harris ran.
Another politician was mentioned. Her name is Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard debated Vice President Trump in the last election. Let's take a look at maybe Tulsi Gabbard destroying Vice President Trump. Did I just say Vice President Trump? Oh no, I'm getting as bad with names as President Biden.
And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. You can beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. Anyway, Mr. President.
I'm better.
You are a hell of a lot better.
Of course, Vice President Harris.
There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana.
Here's a sentence using Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard once debated Harris in a previous election. Previous, meaning like before. How was that? Did you learn a lot? If you still want to learn more, right down there is like 2.5 hours of English lessons with politics, American politics. Thanks so much for watching. See you next time. If I said Matthew Perry did a lot of drugs, that's true, but it might sound a little harsh in English. So if you want to make it a little nicer, you can change drugs to substance abuse. Native English speakers will know what that means. You could say Matthew Perry has had substance abuse throughout his life.
Major break in the investigation of actor Matthew Perry's tragic death last October. Following months of investigation into how the Friend star obtained a fatal dose of drugs, search warrants were executed across Southern California.
All right, so let's get into the first one here. Major break. In the picture, you can see what looks like maybe two detectives trying to solve a crime. Major break. Finding something important that will help solve the case, a tip or a clue. For each of these terms, I will have an official definition, and I will also use that term in a sentence. So here is the sentence for major break. The police had a major break in the case when they found evidence linked to Matthew Perry's death. Evidence might be a new word for you, but that is proof. Those are things that can help you solve the crime. If somebody stole a car, some of the evidence might be finding their fingerprints on the steering wheel. Major break can also mean like some really good luck. Take a look at that picture. Looks like somebody is in the crowd, or are they singing? Let's make it a little bigger. Well, there's a microphone there, so it looks like she is singing. Here's a sentence I have for that. Her major break came when she met a very talented songwriter. But of course, break can mean like to make it not functional anymore, like you can't use it anymore. If this microphone broke, you would no longer be able to hear me. Take a look at that picture. It looks like a toy robot, but it is clearly broken. Yeah, break is an irregular verb. In the past tense, it becomes broke. Very sad here. The father broke his son's favorite toy when he stepped on it. And if you're anything like me as a dad, I would probably blame the child immediately if I stepped on his favorite toy. Like, why didn't you pick up this room? So mean. Lots of tears, I'm sure. Just a quick interruption. If you are liking this video, do you mind hitting that like button? And if you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe. Also, you might want to become a channel member. I have over 100 bonus English lessons there. Just last week, I released an English lesson about what does "don't drink the Kool-Aid" mean. All right, now back to the lesson. Investigation. It is a noun. Investigate is the verb. But But what is an investigation? A careful search or study to find out the truth about something. So Matthew Perry's death is being investigated. There is an investigation into Matthew Perry's death. Here's a sentence. The police are conducting an investigation to learn more about what caused Matthew Perry's death. Tragic. Native English speakers love to use this word. What does it mean? Very sad. Usually because someone has died or something terrible has happened. It was tragic to hear about Matthew Perry's sudden death.
Major break in the investigation of actor Matthew Perry's tragic death last October. Following months of investigation into how the Friend star obtained a fatal dose of drugs, search warrants were executed across Southern California.
Obtained. It's a really fancy way to say got or receive. You now have something. To get something, especially after trying or searching for it. The police obtained new information about who might be involved in the death of Matthew Perry. Fatal. This is never a good word. It means someone or something has died. The official definition, causing death. The drug overdose turned out to be fatal for Matthew Perry. So an overdose of drugs means you have too many drugs inside your body. You don't always die if you overdose on drugs. If you can get medical attention soon, you could be saved. If you look at that picture, sad to say, but that might have been a fatal accident. Whoever was in that car may have died.
Following months of investigation into how the Friend star obtained a fatal dose of drugs, search warrants were executed across Southern California.
Let's talk about search warrants. The police cannot just go into anyone's house because they want to. They need to visit a judge to get something we call a search warrant. What is a search warrant? Legal documents that allow the police to search a person's property for evidence. Here's a sentence using search warrants. But hang on. We talked about investigation earlier. That's a noun. Investigate is a verb. Investigators are people who are investigating something. The investigators got search warrants to look for clues in the homes of those connected to Matthew Perry's death. I want to be very careful with this next one because there are two very different ways we use executed, but both have something to do with a crime. This first one, let me make the picture a little bigger. It's a SWAT team. That means police officers who have a lot more protection that they are wearing and probably bigger guns than normal police officers. But we can use executed when it comes to search warrants. Look right down there at the bottom. To carry out or put a plan into action. The police executed the search warrants early in the morning, hoping to find more evidence. So in this way, executed means to do something, to carry it out. English phrasal verb there, carry out. But this can be a little controversial to some people. In the United States, some states have something we call the death penalty. If you commit a crime that's so bad, some states will put you to death. And in that picture, we would call that an electric chair. So here's a definition using executed like somebody dying. It means to kill someone as a form of punishment in an organized way. I live in the state of Maine. We do not have the death penalty in my state, but Texas is a state that's very famous for its death penalty. Here's an example sentence. In some countries, criminals can be executed for serious crimes, like really, really bad crimes.
Search warrants were executed across Southern California. 5 suspects, including 2 doctors and a woman cops call the ketamine queen of Los Angeles, have been arrested.
The next one is ketamine. I'm sorry, in that picture, I did spell it wrong. Down below, that is the right spelling. It has an E instead of an A after the K. Before watching the news about Matthew Perry's death, I had never heard of ketamine. But if you're watching the news and you're seeing an investigation about Matthew Perry's death, you will probably hear ketamine. What is it? A strong drug that can be used as a medicine or abused for its effects. So doctors could prescribe ketamine and people would be just fine. But if you take too much ketamine, just like any drug, you can overdose on it. Here's a sentence. Ketamine was reportedly found in Matthew Perry's system at the time of his death. In English, we have systems of the body. So you have like a digestive system, which helps break down the food you eat. But when I hear Matthew Perry's system, I'm thinking mostly blood.
Major break in the investigation of actor Matthew Perry's tragic death last October. Following months of investigation into how the Friends star obtained a fatal dose of drugs, search warrants were executed across Southern California. 5 suspects, including 2 doctors and a woman cops call the ketamine queen of Los Angeles, have been arrested.
Stunning developments in the death of Matthew Perry. Law enforcement today announced the arrests of 2 doctors and 3 others in connection with the actor's fatal overdose. The arrests come 10 months after Perry drowned in his hot tub and followed dogged investigations by the DEA, U.S. Postal Service, and LAPD.
Stunning developments. If something is stunning, it can be quite surprising. The official definition below: shocking or surprising new information. There were stunning developments in the investigation when 5 people were arrested for their connection to Matthew Perry's death. Yes, almost 1 year after Matthew Perry died, the investigation showed that there could be some people who were responsible for his death. They probably won't be charged with murder, like they didn't actually kill him with a knife or a gun. But because they gave him drugs, they could be responsible for his death. We might call that manslaughter in English. Overdose. I've talked about this already, but let's get an official definition. Taking too much of a drug, which can be very dangerous or cause death. The doctors believe that Matthew Perry died from a drug overdose, and that drug is probably ketamine. Ketamine. Dogged. You might know what a dog is. This is something different. It's an adjective describing something. Being very determined and not giving up easily. The investigators were dogged in their search for answers about Matthew Perry's death. I hope you are dogged when it comes to learning English. You will never quit. You will keep learning for the rest of your life. Before we get to DEA, let me use dogged one more time in a sentence. Hopefully you have dogged determination to learn English. But what is the DEA? It's an acronym. So the D stands for a word, E stands for a word, and A stands for a word. What are those words? The Drug Enforcement Administration. It's very hard to say. So instead of saying all that, we will just say DEA. They are a government agency that fights drug crimes. The DEA. Here's a sentence using DEA. The DEA is involved in the investigation because drugs like ketamine were found in the case. Yeah, the case of Matthew Perry's death. Another acronym, LAPD. So the L stands for something, the A, let's talk about it. The Los Angeles Police Department. That's what LAPD stands for. They are responsible for keeping order in Los Angeles. The LAPD is leading the investigation into Matthew Perry's death.
Stunning developments in the death of Matthew Perry. Law enforcement today announced the arrests of 2 doctors and 3 others in connection with the actor's fatal overdose. The arrests come 10 months after Perry drowned in his hot tub and followed dogged investigations by the DEA, U.S. Postal Service, and LAPD.
The next news clip we will watch involves Megyn Kelly. I really like watching her because she doesn't talk like a news reporter. She will say some very common native English sayings, and I think it will be great to help you learn how to speak more like a native English speaker.
Bunch of people are being indicted today in connection with Matthew Perry's death from ketamine usage, an overdose.
A bunch of people. You can say a bunch of pretty much anything if there are a lot of something. Bunch of people. What does it mean? A casual way to say a large group of people. A bunch of people were talking about Matthew Perry's death on social media. This is a legal term, indicted. That's how you say that word, indicted. What does it mean? Officially charged with a serious crime. Officially charged with a serious crime. The 5 suspects were indicted after new evidence was found in Matthew Perry's death investigation. Ooh, lots of big words there. You might want to watch this English lesson twice. It's so complicated.
Bunch of people are indicted or being indicted today in connection with Matthew Perry's death from ketamine usage, an overdose. This is a drug that they're giving more and more. You're only supposed to do this, if at all, under controlled settings with a doctor, an MD who can monitor you.
Controlled settings. If Matthew Perry had taken that ketamine in a controlled setting, he might still be alive today. Let's talk about what controlled settings mean. Environments that are carefully managed and monitored. So if Matthew Perry was taking this drug in a controlled setting, that would mean he would go to the doctors regularly. He would go there often to make sure the ketamine wasn't doing damage to his body. It sounds like Matthew Perry was taking way too many doses of this ketamine. The drug ketamine is sometimes used in controlled settings by doctors to treat depression. And depression is when somebody is super, super sad for like many days or many months or even many years. Depression is a type of very serious sadness. So serious, you may have to take medications to make you feel better. I would like to teach you the term willy-nilly. Sounds fun, right? People should not take dangerous medicine willy-nilly. That's the opposite of a controlled setting. Willy-nilly pretty much means there are no rules. Just do whatever you want.
Matthew Perry's death from ketamine usage, an overdose. This is a drug that they're giving more and more. You're only supposed to do this, if at all, under controlled settings with a doctor, an MD who can monitor you. It is being used with some success to treat depression.
They use the term MD. It is an acronym. The M stands for medical and the D stands for doctor. A good MD should have prescribed ketamine to Matthew Perry. I've talked about this verb before, monitor. You might be watching me on a computer monitor, a screen. This is different. This is the verb. To carefully watch or check something. The police continue to monitor the suspects as part of their investigation into Matthew Perry's death. I talked about depression earlier. Let's get an official definition. A mental health condition that makes people feel very sad and hopeless for a long time. Hopeless. That means there is no hope. Matthew Perry was open about his struggle with depression and addiction. Yeah, it's crazy. Right before Matthew Perry died, like in October of last year, I read his autobiography. I found it very interesting because I did watch Friends growing up. I never knew how much Matthew Perry was addicted to drugs, even while filming the show.
An MD who can monitor you. It is being used with some success to treat depression. I know people who have tried this, so I don't mean to crap all over ketamine. But for people who are using it to find their way out of abuse of drugs already, it seems problematic.
All right, you gotta love Megyn Kelly. She says crap all over. So what does that mean? To say bad things about somebody or something. Some people have crapped all over Matthew Perry's doctors for not monitoring him closely enough. Yeah, saying bad things about people. You might do it out loud, or you might do it like they are in the picture, probably spreading rumors. Problematic. It's a great adjective. And if you look at that picture, I'll make it bigger here. Looks like this car is being problematic. It looks like it has broken down on the side of the road. The woman is on a cell phone and she has the hood up. Maybe she's looking at the engine under there. Problematic. It has problem in it, right? Causing problems or being difficult to deal with. Her car had become problematic. It would break down on her often. Here's another way to use problematic when it's not related to Matthew Perry's death. Their marriage had become problematic. They agreed to get a divorce. That is going to do it. Hopefully you know a little more about Matthew Perry. His death was definitely tragic. If you would like me to talk more about this in English lessons, leave a comment. Say, I want more Matthew Perry, and I will do that. Thank you so much for watching. See you next time.